Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Rise on a point of order.
Please.
Madam Speaker, during their reply to the budget address, the NDP House Leader referred to the independent country Ukraine as the Ukraine, a title they have used before in this House. For clarity, they said, together we have faced the COVID pandemic, supply chain challenges and inflation, conflict in the Ukraine, Gaza and elsewhere, and now political and economic instability with the U.S. That member and all members know that the term the Ukraine is used to diminish the autonomy of that country. It also diminishes the importance of the lives lost in the fight for Ukraine's independence from Russia.
This is not a point of order unless you can identify the rule that she's breaking. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. Introduction. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas uranium exploration has been banned in Nova Scotia since the NDP government passed the Uranium Prohibition Act in 2009, but this government is committed to safe, responsible uranium exploration in the province. And whereas completely undoing the NDP mess and multiple-step process, this government is committed to ensuring the completion of the additional required steps within 24 hours of the ban being lifted. And whereas media reports this morning suggest the process could take a number of years and cause confusion within the public. Therefore, be it resolved, there should be no confusion. Nova Scotia is open for business and committed to unlocking our potential through safe and responsible resource development to overcome the lazy public policy of former governments. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill called An Act Respecting Administrative Efficiency and Accountability in Healthcare.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Administrative Efficiency and Accountability in Healthcare.
Bill 11, An Act Respecting Administrative Efficiency and Accountability in Healthcare.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Advanced Education and Research.
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Advanced Education and Research.
Bill 12, An Act Respecting Advanced Education and Research.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to again introduce an act entitled An Act Respecting Non-Disclosure Agreements.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Non-Disclosure Agreements.
Bill 13, an act respecting non-disclosure agreements.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Assess Natural Resource Opportunities in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party begs leave to introduce an act to assess natural resource opportunities in Nova Scotia.
Bill 14, an act to assess natural resource opportunities in Nova Scotia.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a few bills here, so I'll start with an act. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Prohibiting Non-Disclosure Agreements with Political Parties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Prohibiting Non-Disclosure Agreements with Political Parties.
Bill 15, an act prohibiting non-disclosure agreements with political parties.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Provide Protection for Victims Who Disclose Sexual Assault.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide Protection for Victims Who Disclose Sexual Assault.
Bill 16, an act to provide protection for victims who disclose sexual assault.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to amend Chapter 38 of the Acts of 2011, the Medical Act, respecting sexual assault by medical practitioners.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to amend Chapter 38 of the Acts of 2011, the Medical Act, respecting sexual assault by medical practitioners.
Bill 17, an act to amend Chapter 38 of the Acts of 2011, the Medical Act, respecting sexual assault by medical practitioners.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Support Sexual Assault Victims by Law Enforcement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support Sexual Assault Victims.
Bill 18, an act to support sexual assault victims.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last one. I would beg leave to table a bill. This is one I had tabled previously. An act to amend Chapter 238 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Provincial Court, and this bill may be otherwise cited as Kira's Law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to amend Chapter 238 of the revised statute 1989, the Provincial Court Act.
Bill 19, an act to amend Chapter 238 of the revised statutes 1989, the Provincial Court Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled an act respecting the installation of wood chip heating systems in new public buildings.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an act respecting the installation of wood chip heating systems in new public buildings.
Bill 20, an act respecting the installation of wood chip heating systems in new public buildings.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notes. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin my member statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, I'm honored to introduce Greg O'Leary. Greg, along with his wife Joanne, own O'Leary's Enviro Depot in Garland's Crossing, and I would ask that everybody give him a warm welcome to the House.
Well, welcome to the host of the people. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Greg and Joanne O'Leary of O'Leary's Enviro Depot in Garland's Crossing for being strong community leaders. This family-owned business got their start in the recycling industry in 1988, eventually transitioning into an Enviro Depot who will be celebrating their 30th anniversary April 1st. More recently, they were awarded the 2024 Enviro Depot of the Year for going above and beyond by raising thousands of dollars each year for local organizations and charities. Last year alone, they raised and donated nearly $17,000 for events like the Hants County Christmas Angels, Melissa's Mission, and countless small community fundraisers. Madam Speaker, we are fortunate to have businesses like Greg and Joanne's, and I ask that all members join me in congratulating O'Leary's Enviro Depot for not only being champions when it comes to all things recycling, but for championing community spirit and fundraising efforts as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please do.
In the gallery today, we are joined by friends and family of Anita Martinez, and I'd like to ask them to stand as I say their name: Leanne Teal, Kimberly Teal, Lori Teal Goldenmeyer, and Eric Smith. Welcome to the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and legacy of Anita Martinez. Anita was a passionate mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, friend, cake decorator, fisher person, gardener, chef, photographer, designer, and women's rights and queer rights activist. Anita held a number of degrees ranging from nursing to graphic design and had a special talent for photography. When she was 8, she won a tiny Brownie camera, for which we should all be grateful. After coming out at the age of 50, Anita went on to document the work and fun of people and organizations working in the gender justice, queer, and trans rights movements. There doesn't seem to be an organization that she was not involved in Halifax from the 1980s to present day, and many of her photographs are now in the Nova Scotia archives. Anita intended to keep being an activist as long as she had 2 feet and a heartbeat. She was an amazing advocate and a model for all who jump in and celebrate their communities.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place. This past weekend was the annual Lebanese and Syrian Heritage Hockey Game, which happens each year. In Sydney, we see families of Lebanese and Syrian descent from the greater CBRM participate, come actually from all over the country. A number of former NHLers play in the game, as well as many players who've played at various levels of the game. So I rise in my place to congratulate all the organizers. There were a few hundred people that attended. I'd like the support of the departments here within government that have supported it multiple years to support the great Lebanese and Syrian heritage that we have across the CBRM. So congratulations to Kevin Morrison and Alex Kehoe, two of the big organizers of the event. It's a great event every year, and I hope everybody gets a chance to come down and not only watch the game but also partake in many of the Lebanese and Syrian customs and celebrations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member, excuse me, for Preston. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction. In the gallery, I am honored to introduce Preston Evans and his son, Andrew, from Halifax Concrete Limited. Preston and Andrew, I would ask you to rise and accept the warm welcome of the legislature.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Preston Evans of East Preston, the owner of Halifax Concrete Limited. Preston has been a concrete contractor for more than 30+ years. He is the grandson of the late Alan W. Evans, a former county councillor for Preston who served from 1930 until his death in 1960. Preston's company specializes in many types of concrete work, from driveways to slabs on high-rise office and apartment buildings, and almost every type of specialty project. Halifax Concrete is considered an equal opportunity employer with diverse staff and subcontractors. I ask all members of the legislature to please join with me in recognizing Mr. Evans, a successful business owner for 30+ years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
I ask all the members that can to please rise and join me in welcoming a respected elder of the Sudanese community, Huwaida Madani, who will be the subject of my member statement, as well as the youth accompanying her, Wala Saad. If you could rise.
Welcome to the Host of the People. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today with great honor to celebrate a community matriarch, Ms. Huwaida Madani, lovingly referred to as Khaltu Huwaida, which means Auntie Huwaida, or Mama Huwaida even by some of the youth, who was born on February 19th. Huwaida is an inspiring woman. For a matriarchal diaspora, she has served as the role of our matriarch. She has been supporting Sudanese and East African newcomers navigate the systems of Nova Scotia for what I think is close to 20 years. She is always encouraging our youth to be engaged in the community. A prime example is she brought Wala with her today, a bright and inspiring youth from the Sudanese community. Huwaida is consistently and actively working to ensure that we don't just thrive here, but we also remain connected to our roots. Thank you, Khaltu Huwaida.
And I think we all owe you a happy birthday. Happy birthday. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Lynn Gallant Blackburn. Lynn is the sister of the late Paula Gallant, a 36-year-old mother and beloved grade 3 elementary teacher in Timberley who was murdered by her intimate partner on December 27, 2005. As a survivor of this horrific and senseless crime of femicide, she has lived experience and knows firsthand what it feels like to lose someone that you love to violence. In fact, she has walked this journey for nearly 20 years, and some of those years while the murderer walked the streets, not yet charged. Lynn has worked tirelessly to advocate for change, and some of which has been implemented. Through her journey, she never stopped educating, advocating, and demanding change, always hoping to have a strong, meaningful, systemic change to intimate partner violence. In December, Lynn released her book, For the Love of My Sister, published through generous support of the Connect Women's Centres of Nova Scotia. This book has seen as an opportunity to put a human face to statistics of domestic violence and its lasting effects on individuals, families, and communities. Please join me in thanking Lynn for her work on this incredibly important issue.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just a few short weeks ago, Fall River lost a remarkable soul. Krista Snow was more than just a resident. Her life was deeply woven into the fabric of our community. When you pass by Miller Lake, you might have noticed Emily the Dragon floating peacefully. Krista and her father, Gordon Snow, placed Emily there to bring joy to children. Following in her father's footsteps, Krista served as a dedicated municipal councillor, tirelessly advocating for our community. She also gave countless hours to various community organizations, including Halifax Pride, where she served as board co-chair in 2012, helping to build a strong and lasting foundation. Madam Speaker and colleagues, there will never be enough words to explain everything that Krista has done in her lifetime. So I ask that we take just a moment to honour Krista Snow and her contributions, not just in our community, but in Nova Scotia as a whole. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. It is my pleasure today to rise and recognize the birthday of Lena Hamid, a recently elected MLA for Fairview Clayton Park. As she assumes this office, she brings profound intellect and expertise. Lena's competence in business, combined with her investment in her community, have prepared her elegantly for this role. Her previous work in nonprofit sector demonstrates her calling to selflessly fighting for the rights of others. Her innate empathy allows her to connect easily with her constituents, and to be around with her is to feel at ease. As a proud Sudanese Canadian, a vocal community advocate, and a devoted mother, there is no sacredity and distinctions that can be acknowledged on this day. Lena graces those that surround her with effortlessly warmth and radiance, and it is a privilege to celebrate with her today.
Just a reminder to the member of Halifax-Chebucto, we are to recognize people by their constituency, not by their names. Okay. Oh, I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate an incredible businesswoman in the Pugwash area named Cheryl Chambers. I congratulate her and her entire team for the expansion of Cheryl's Bakery and Cafe in Pugwash. Cheryl began selling her incredibly delicious homemade baked goods at the Pugwash Farmers Market years ago and could not keep up with the demand and decided to open a full-service bakery. After several successful years, the popularity of her meals and baked goods continues to grow and has resulted in a need to expand the building. The construction project is currently underway, which will about double the size of the building, with an opening date tentatively set for late spring, early summer. Madam Speaker, I wish to congratulate Cheryl Chambers and strongly encourage anyone that's in the Pugwash area to stop by for a sweet treat, a friendly smile from the staff of Cheryl's Bakery. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I'd like to introduce the Be the Peace Institute, put together with Sue Bookchin, Stacy Goodshow, Avalon, Stephanie Gill, Can't Buy My Silence with Christina Fifield, and Survivors for Change and Empowerment, Carrie Lowe and Kira Blackadder. These members are very important parts of our service provider organization and provide life-saving supports in our community, and we are grateful for the work that they do, and we appreciate you being here today. So thank you so much.
Welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time, and thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to make an introduction. This week is Student Advocacy Week, and today in the West Gallery, we are joined by Student Nova Scotia and their Executive Director, G. Salowski. Thank you for all you do.
Welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take the time to congratulate CBDC Digby Clare, which is celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. Throughout these 4 decades, this nonprofit has changed and evolved, but their mandate remains the same: to educate and empower new and existing businesses in our region. Many businesses in Clare can directly attribute their success to CBDC Digby Clare. I would like to thank and congratulate my former co-workers, Rebecca LeBlanc, Rose Madden, Jane Hatcher, José Dulong, and their board of directors for their exceptional work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to mark the events that just took place this morning, a rally that was well attended by many of the people who were just introduced in the gallery to draw attention to the epidemic of gender-based and intimate partner violence. The folks who have joined us here today have been working hard to make sure that we don't forget the work of the commissions that have been impaneled in the last number of years to mark the tragedies in our province: the Mass Casualty Commission, the Desmond Inquiry, the National Action Plan, and also the report on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. They are working in the areas of education, in the areas of justice, in the areas of survivor support, and others. Their work is invaluable, and I rise today to entreat my colleagues to make sure it doesn't go unanswered.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place to remember a Cape Breton icon, Eileen Potty Forrester, who was the owner of the Forrester School of Dance. She's believed to actually have opened the first Highland dance school in Cape Breton. So I rise in my place to recognize a wonderful woman who taught thousands and thousands of kids over her career Highland dance. Those students traveled all over the country. They've traveled all over the world, and the list of awards are endless for Eileen and her dancers. As I said, she has been a huge part of Celtic culture, and I was fortunate because I went to school with her kids. So to Sean and Shendel and Sharon, Shannon, and to Wally, her husband, who she loved so much, and he supported her through many years of illness that she always smiled, you'd never know. But I rise in my place to recognize a Cape Breton icon, Eileen Forrester.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Briefly introducing some friendly, familiar faces, Dana and Abby Harrison, who are, I guess, some family to Peter Harrison, who's a familiar face to this house. I gotta say, Dana makes a pretty mean Nanaimo bar cake, so perhaps next time you can bring some for the members of the house. Welcome.
Welcome and thank you for coming. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the vibrant and diverse culinary landscape of our community and recognize the many new international grocers and restaurants that have recently opened in Bridgewater. I extend a warm welcome to Indian Spiceland and Nova Indian Market Grocery that bring the authentic flavors of India to our doorstep. Sushi Bay Japanese cuisine allows customers to experience the artistry of traditional Japanese flavors in a warm, inviting space, while Taco Land transports us to the heart of Mexico with delicious tacos and authentic Mexican cuisine. Mama Joy's is a gateway to Filipino-style fast food and flavors right in Bridgewater. South Shore Homestyle Nosh Takeout specializes in homestyle meals. Pizza gives us another option for a quick slice, and we eagerly await the grand opening of Metza Lebanese Kitchen. I ask the House to join me in welcoming these businesses to our community. They represent the rich diversity and vibrant spirit of Bridgewater and promote cultural exchange throughout the universal joy of food. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
It's my pleasure to introduce Jen Matthews, owner and operator of the Root Electrolysis Studio, who joins us in the gallery with her husband here today.
Well, welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Jen Matthews on receiving the Canadian Choice Award, a well-deserved recognition for outstanding contributions to our community. This award celebrates individuals who show exceptional dedication and leadership, and Jen has demonstrated these qualities through her work and service. Jen is the owner and operator of the Root Electrolysis Studio, where she makes a profound impact by providing high-quality electrolysis services with a focus on promoting self-confidence and empowerment. Through her work, Jen has created a welcoming space for clients to feel comfortable and supported, offering more than just professional services. She has built a place of healing and transformation. In addition to her work in the studio, Jen has been actively involved in local initiatives that foster community well-being and inclusivity, further cementing her role as a leader in our area. I extend my sincere congratulations to Jen Matthews for receiving this recognition. Her ongoing commitment to improving lives and supporting our community is truly inspiring. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Terrence Bay resident Carol Ann Smith on her new appointment as Director of Fund Development and Communications with the YWCA. After 18 years of dedicated service with Phoenix, Carol Ann brings a wealth of experience and a proven track record of success to her new role. During her tenure at Phoenix, Carol Ann played a pivotal role in advancing housing, childcare, and economic security for women. Her leadership and commitment have contributed to outstanding achievements that have positively impacted countless lives. Carol Ann is thrilled to join the YWCA, an organization renowned for its meaningful work in supporting Atlantic Canadians. She is eager to be part of the amazing team that is dedicated to fostering a strong, supportive community. Carol Ann's collaboration with the YWCA Halifax will be instrumental in continuing to stand strong with women, supporting the resiliency of survivors of violence, and championing a more just and equitable society for all. Congratulations, Carol Ann Smith, on this important appointment. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the amazing staff of Ocean View Continuing Care Centre, especially the recreation group, for hosting an amazing carnival for their residents and staff. It was a day full of excitement and fun for all. There was a petting zoo, games played and prizes won, a dunk tank, of which I was a victim, fun, music, and a wonderful barbecue served for lunch. The event brings huge smiles to the faces of the residents as well as the staff and the family members who attended. We recognize all of the hard work that an event like this requires. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing the amazing staff of Ocean View Continuing Care Centre and the volunteers for providing such a wonderful event and for putting a smile on so many faces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham. They got the wrong mic. I recognize the honourable member.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize an amazing group called Prescott Group. Since 1962, Prescott Group has been helping individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities find friendship, community, and success in Halifax. What they do is provide a safe space where individuals with IDDs can feel appreciated and motivated to succeed. With programs, services, and business support choices, they create social and economic opportunities and enhance life skills. They connect individuals with fair wage jobs and community. Located in Halifax, Needham on Prescott Street, they also house the North End Baking Company and Cafe and has been providing Halifax with delicious baked goods and food services. And they also have a thrift store called Pinky's Thrift, providing fair wage employment, paid work experience to help gain essential skills in retail and customer service. I would like all members to help me congratulate Prescott for all their amazing work in our community.
Before I move on, not to be a stickler here, but can people please, when they're about to talk, move to the chair that they belong in, because I can't recognize a different constituency. They're not going to light up your microphone, basically. So when you're, yes, please, when you're about to talk, please move to your actual seat. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Brookfield Athletic Association, an organization of volunteers who have contributed to our community for many, many years. They are responsible for a number of sport and recreation programs, including the Brookfield Elks softball teams, the Junior B hockey team, minor ball, minor soccer, figure skating, junior golf, Brookfield Bowling League, the Great Community Classic Curling Tournament, or SPIEL, the SCA Athlete of the Year, just to name a few. To support the athletes and facilities, the BAA's fundraising efforts are absolutely continuous. They never stop. It includes the Brookfield Wing Ding. I invite you all to come down in July to that. The Elks Hockey Pool and the famous Brookfield Elks Sports Draw. And also, this is the longest consecutive running contest in Nova Scotia. This was their 88th annual draw happening this past November. Madam Speaker, I wish you all to join us as we congratulate the Brookfield Athletic Association.
Here, here.
Thank you.
Here, here.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Speaker, earlier this month, my friend Matt and I attended the greatest ping pong tournament ever at Benook Canoe Club. The fundraiser, organized by Olympian Andrew Russell and his friends, raised over $3,000 for the Benook Paddles Up campaign. The campaign's goal is to raise $5 million to fund the club's historic renovations. The 80-person event was billed as an absolute epic contest of will, tactics, grit, and hilarity will 100,000% ensue. I'm not commenting on the grammar of that, but anyway, that's how it was billed. And it did. At the tournament, I learned two very important things. I'm not the best at ping pong, and I'm not the worst. And it's very fun to wear matching Adidas tracksuits with your pal. I am very happy to report that Matt and I were named the best dressed of the tournament. Congratulations to the tournament champion, Chad Eisner, and runner-up, Scott York, and thanks to all the organizers and participants for a very fun event for such a good cause.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize a popular family-owned business in Smiths Cove. Lazy Bear Brewing is a microbrewery owned and operated by Andy and Aaron Norman. They started their business in 2016 with one beer called Gut View Amber, a brown ale which sold out on their very first day at the Annapolis Royal Farmers Market. And they've come a long way since then. Now they offer more than 10 different types, including cider and mead, plus they offer wood-fired pizzas at their brewery and often host events and pop-up vendors. Andy is a professional engineer and specializes in process improvements and operations at Lazy Bear, and Erin earned her Master of Food Science and Processing Engineering at Dalhousie University. Together, they welcome visitors and tourists from all around the province and beyond. Thank you, Andy and Erin, for your wonderful local business in the community. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize 40 years of the transformative work of Chrysalis House in Kentville. Chrysalis House provides support, safety, advocacy, referrals, resources, public education, and community development for those experiencing gender-based violence. But these words don't tell enough of their story. I first felt the peace and power of walking into Chrysalis House in 1989. At that time, I was in high school, and my mother and I sought safety from her partner, something we hadn't found elsewhere in community or from law enforcement. The folks at Chrysalis House helped to place our experiences in the societal context of misogyny and poverty and helped us find rest. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to recognize everyone at Chrysalis House for 40 years of changing lives.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize Evelyn and Leon Landry, two very committed volunteers in Richmond County. Evelyn and Leon are both involved in the St. Louis Parish and the Parish Hall. Leon is a member of both the Finance and Hall committees and mentors summer students hired for groundskeeping. Evelyn can often be found cooking, cleaning, and helping organize the Parish Hall community events and funeral luncheons. She also prepares food orders for the local fundraisers and chairs the CWL's Faith Committee. In 2023, Evelyn was a recipient of the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal. Leon has been a member of the Louisdale Lions Club for more than 45 years, involved in various committees. Both he and Evelyn volunteer at the club's monthly breakfast. I ask members of this House of Assembly to please join me in thanking Evelyn and Leon for their continued dedication to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Sackville is home to a diverse array of local businesses, old and new, including one with nearly 5 decades of highly regarded service to our community. Today, I'm honored to recognize Sackville landmark and longstanding business Kaiser's Subs on their 49th year of operation. Originally opened in 1976, this Sackville Drive business is Sackville famous for their sandwiches, soups, and other meals prepared by a dozen devoted staff. In 2024, owners Rick and Alicia accepted the Business of the Year award from the Sackville Business Association, and Kaiser's is a fixture winner in the Coast Annual Best Sackville Restaurant category. Speaker, I wish Rick and Alicia and their amazing staff another year of success and accolades, and ask that all present join me in congratulating Kaiser Subs on another year of service to Sackville and community.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plain, Lucasville.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge and congratulate Jackson Weldon of Stillwater Lake on his 2024 achievement in his blossoming music career. Jackson played a personal best 160-plus shows, reached 10,000 listeners online and 24,000 streams on Spotify. This achievement is a true testament to Jackson's genuine character and dedication to the art of songwriting and to building a connection within the Nova Scotia music industry. Cracking the lineup of the prestigious Marquee stage at just 19 years old, a feat many musicians don't ever get a chance to achieve. At 20 years old, the sky's the limit for Jackson, and we want to acknowledge the first of many feats for him to come and encourage his professional growth. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a strong Black woman from our community, Mrs. Winifred Grant. Mrs. Winnie has worked tirelessly to disrupt anti-Black racism, leading to policy and practice changes, the creation of an Afrocentric Bachelor of Social Work degree program, and an increase in the hiring of African Nova Scotians and people of African descent staff in leadership positions throughout the organization. Her decades of work to transform the systems that impact all of Nova Scotians have inspired others to do the same. She has just received the King Charles III Coronation Medal, and I would like to thank her for all of the positive disruption and commitment for leading the change that we would like to see. I would like to say congratulations and thank you, Ms. Winnie, for all of your hard work.
Hear, hear.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to acknowledge a forward-thinking business in the Sydney area. The Atlantic Canada Bulk Terminal, located at the site of the former Sydney Steel Plant, provides employment to dozens of Cape Bretoners. Last year, the business looked towards the future and started attracting customers from around the world in the fast-growing offshore wind industry. Thanks to the team at Atlantic Canada Bulk Terminal and their dedicated promotion of the Sydney Harbour, Sydney is now positioned to be a leader as an offshore wind marshalling port. For For the past few months, residents have been in awe of the large supply vessels and cranes coming into our harbour as port supports offer wind projects off the coast of Massachusetts. All this hard work led to the Atlantic Canada Bulk Terminal winning the 2024 Innovation and Advancement Award at the Cape Breton Regional Chamber of Commerce. I extend best wishes to Vice President Richard Moricott and the team at the Atlantic Canadian Bulk Terminal on their continued success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the many pedestrians who have been killed by cars in this province. In early January of this year, my community of Dartmouth North was shaken by the death of a 72-year-old man who was struck by a vehicle in a marked crosswalk on Victoria Road. My deepest condolences to his family and friends. As a frequent walker and someone who crosses the busy Victoria Road with my kids or dog daily, I have seen too many near accidents to count. According to pedestrian safety advocate Martin Williams, there have been no fewer than 20 pedestrian fatalities since 2018. 2018 is a significant year because it was the year that the Traffic Safety Act was passed. But 7 years and multiple fatalities later, it is still not in effect. I call on everyone in this House to recommit to implementing the Traffic Safety Act and the passing and strengthening of laws to ensure the safety of Nova Scotian pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists alike.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The town of Mahone Bay is known for many things, among them the 3 churches at the head of the harbour and a creative spirit that is showcased during events like the annual Scarecrow Festival. Those 2 assets came together last fall when the foundation created to preserve that iconic Edgewater landscape tapped into the Bay's artistic vibe for an all-new fundraiser. The Celebrity Doodle Auction, in support of the 3 Churches Foundation, included a silent auction of works donated by local artists, while live bids were taken on doodles by famous folks like singer Anne Murray, actor Dennis Quaid, editorial cartoonist Bruce McKinnon, and TV personality Mary Berg, whose lobster doodle proudly hangs in my kitchen now. It was a great evening that helped raise thousands of dollars for the charity. My congratulations to the organizers and everyone who supported the event. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to welcome all those that are in the gallery, especially those who are here advocating on behalf of victims and those injured from domestic assault, violence, gender-based violence, and sexual assault. This is not easy work, but important. And I encourage you not to give up, to continue your fight. You are fighting for victims, people that do not have a voice, and I see you today, and I hear you, and I encourage everyone in the chamber to do so as well. Everyone in this chamber likely knows someone who has been affected from gender-based violence or sexual assault. We all know, I assume, we all know that the laws need to change. We have the ability in this chamber, we have the power to give back power to victims and take it away from criminals. Keep up your good work, and thank you for being here today.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about a very good friend of mine, Jeff Brown. Jeff is a retired Halifax Regional Police officer who dedicated his career to serving others and has earned the respect and admiration of everyone he has encountered. During the last election, Jeff volunteered his time and energy as my campaign manager. Jeff brought strong leadership, unwavering commitment, tireless effort, and dedication. He kept me focused and motivated, even in the most challenging moments of the campaign. Madam Speaker, politics is a team sport, and it's fair to say we would not be here in this chamber without our campaign managers. What makes Jeff truly great is the way he connects with people. Jeff has an incredible ability to befriend everyone he meets, making each person feel welcome, valued, and heard. My family and I are forever grateful for Jeff's support and friendship. Madam Speaker, I'd ask all members of the House to acknowledge the great work of our campaign managers in the last election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the incredible contributions of Yarmouth Wesleyan Church and its 3 campuses. Through their unwavering dedication, they are making tangible differences in the lives of many. Each week, their We've Got Your Backpack initiative delivers more than 70 backpacks full of fresh produce and groceries to 7 local schools. Their Mac and Cheese Mondays program serves more than 200 high school students with a free meal, as well as the South Pantry Food Bank provides essential support to families while offering a welcoming space for community connections. The church also offers Celebrate Recovery programs to Yarmouth and Digby, providing healing and support for those dealing with life challenges. They also provide free children and youth programs to give time for families to be together. Love Week allows the congregation to encourage and engage in meaningful service projects across the community. Each November, they host a fisherman's service, offering prayers to the local fishermen as they go out for their lobster season. Yarmouth Wesleyan Church exemplifies the spirit of generosity and care, and we are truly fortunate.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I rise today to welcome business owner Casey Cormier of Casey's Barber Shop to Middle Sackville. His shop is located just down the street from where my constituency office is. On August the 1st, the barber shop celebrated its first anniversary. Since opening, Casey has given back to our community tenfold, including traveling to the hospital with his equipment in order to give patients a haircut. Despite the trials and tribulations that were brought on by the floods and subsequent location changes, Casey has overcome them with a smile, still willing to lend a hand to his friends and neighbors. He's a true embodiment of what it means to be a Nova Scotian Speaker, and I'm grateful to have such a kind person offering their services in Middle Sackville. Speaker, I'd like to wish Casey the best of luck with his growing business and many more fresh haircuts yet to come. Thank you.
I recognize. Anyone can stand, unless you've already read to. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize an extraordinary milestone for a cherished business in Kings West. Freeman's Auto Sales, located in Kingston, celebrated its 65th anniversary last year, an achievement that speaks to its legacy of excellence, resilience, and an unwavering dedication to the people of Kings West. Ralph Freeman Motors Limited opened in 1959 as an Esso-branded service station. Since its establishment, this business has been a cornerstone of the community and a steadfast supporter of community events. Generations of families have relied on Freeman's for their automotive needs, drawn by their exceptional service and integrity. Over the decades, this family-owned business has grown. Now it's operated by Ralph's sons, Scott and Paul, and it includes a full-service gas bar and auto service center while maintaining the personal touch and commitment to the customer satisfaction that has earned them the trust of all their patrons. I'd like to thank the Freeman family and their dedicated team for their decades of hard work, vision, and community spirit. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kings West, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Freeman's Autos on their 65th anniversary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Gordon Amiro of Lower West Plumnico for his service as Fire Chief of the West Plumnico Fire Department for the past 23 years. Gordon joined the West Plumnico Fire Department in October 1978, and in 2001, he became the department's chief. Although he has retired as fire chief, Gordon will remain a member of the fire department, proudly serving our community. Volunteer firefighters, Madam Speaker, are at the heart of our communities, often called upon in our greatest time of need. I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Gordon Amiro on his retirement as fire chief of the West Plumnico Fire Department and in recognizing his long-standing service as a volunteer firefighter. Merci, Gordon. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Acadia University women's volleyball head coach Michelle Wood as the recipient of the 2024 Marilyn Pomfret Award as the Youth Sports Women's Volleyball Coach of the Year. Michelle Wood has been named the AUS Coach of the Year for the second consecutive season. Marilyn Pomfret was the founding president of the Canadian Women's Intercollegiate Athletic Union and was instrumental in the creation of the national championships. The Marilyn Pomfret Award is UBC's most prestigious female athletic award for outstanding contributions to sport. Michelle Wood is only the third AUS coach to receive this prestigious award. She coached the Acadia Axe women to the program's first AUS championship on March 5th, allowing them to compete in the national championship for the first time. Please join me today to congratulate Michelle Wood, the 2024 Marilyn Pomfret Award recipient. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to take time to recognize the Farmer's Daughter Country Market located in the beautiful village of Waikagama. In 1991, dairy farmers Jim and Fern Austin started the market as a way to increase income and create employment in the community. The Farmer's Daughter has grown and evolved over the years into a very successful small business, which has been extremely generous in giving back to our community. Following their retirement, in 2015, Jim and Fern's eldest daughter, Heather, took over as manager and currently employs 27 people in the community. Madam Speaker, I ask the members of this legislature to join me in thanking the Austin family and all the supporters of the Farmer's Daughter Country Market for their outstanding contributions to the local community over the years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize the remarkable entrepreneurial achievements of my brother, Jamie McGilvery. His dedication to local business, community well-being, and the preservation of Nova Scotia heritage is an inspiration to all of us. Jamie runs McGilvery Law, a top firm which employs 120 full-time staff in Nova Scotia and across Atlantic Canada. At the same time, he owns McGilvery Properties, which manages more than 160 units and employs 6 full-time staff. This company took the lead role in renovating the historic Roseland Theatre, best known for its connection to Viola Desmond, adding striking artwork to help preserve its cultural importance. I'm also proud to share that Jamie's daughter, Zoe, has been admitted to Dalhousie Law School for the upcoming year. This accomplishment speaks to her hard work and the strong values instilled by her mother and father. Madam Speaker, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Jamie for her success and leadership, and to Zoe as she begins her promising journey at Dalhousie. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West. I recognize, there you go.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding individual in our community. Lynn McLean has been appointed as the new national president for the Federated Women's Institutes of Canada. The FWIC is a national network for women and families to promote leadership and personal development opportunities through education and fellowship. Lynn has been a member of the Women's Institute in Linesbrook for 43 years, where she previously served as branch president and as a provincial executive officer. Lynn's mother, Jenny E. McGuinness, also served as FWIC national president from 1988 to 1991. And Lynn's grandmother, Jenny M., served as provincial president in 1929, the very same year that the Linesbrook branch was started. The Linesbrook branch has 25 registered members, making it the fastest growing and largest branch in the province. I ask all members to join me in recognizing Lynn McLean. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Orders of the day, oral questions put by members to the minister. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General is an independent officer who provides invaluable reports on issues impacting Nova Scotians and oversight of this government. But now, this government is changing the rules for dismissing her. Instead of valuing the work of the independent watchdog of government spending and the independent body who evaluates how policies are working, this government is putting the Auditor General on notice. And so, my question is, what does this government stand to gain from this decision?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have great respect for the Office of the Auditor General. The Auditor General, the work they do, it's really important to taxpayers. I have great respect for that office and look forward to continuing to work with them.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, that response is not believable. The Auditor General has called this government out for $1 billion.
Order. So there was some disruption. It wasn't over the line, but it was close to it. So as long as we keep it clean, I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General has called out this government for $1 billion of out-of-budget spending each year, the violence in public schools, and the tens of millions of dollars spent on Hogan Court. Is this government so worried about public scrutiny that they are willing to threaten her job?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We welcome it. That's the job of the Auditor General. We have great respect for the Office of the Auditor General. We look forward to their reports. It's what's in the best interest of taxpayers. The member is referring to investments that we make in Nova Scotians, and I will never apologize for investing in Nova Scotians. We will continue. We will continue to invest in Nova Scotians as we have with a $17 billion budget before this House right now. Every single dollar is accounted for. Every single dollar is an investment in Nova Scotians, and I would do it every single day of the week. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition with her final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I am referring to is this government's complete unacceptance of any form of criticism to the extent that they will threaten the job of an independent officer of this legislature. In a world full of fake news and misinformation, the independent, unbiased work of the Auditor General is more important than ever. Nova Scotians need information they can rely on, not just spin. This government shows time and time again that they do not like transparency and they do not like criticism. If the Auditor General's job is not in danger, will the Premier explain why he thought it was necessary to change the rules for dismissing her?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the changes are just to bring things in line with the way it is across the country. There's a number of provinces that have the exact same provisions. The changes are to bring it closer to the conditions with the FOIPOP Commissioner, which has very similar commissions, also an officer of the legislature. Just trying to normalize things and make it fair for everyone, Madam Speaker. And I will assure Nova Scotians, this government is not afraid of transparency. In fact, we so much welcomed it that we went to the people and asked them how they think we're doing, and they spoke pretty loud and clear, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2019, in this very House, the member for Pictou East stood in his place and said, "There can be no doubt that the Auditor General does good work on behalf of Nova Scotians," and I'll table that quote. Our party agrees. But now the member for Pictou East is Premier and his tune has changed. His government is threatening to remove the Auditor General without cause and giving themselves the power to release or not release reports when they feel like it. My question to the Premier, does he stand by his words in this chamber those years ago?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
1,000% every single day of the week. It's an absolutely critical role to government, the role of the Auditor General. Incredible respect for the Auditor General. I welcome their reports and I look forward to continuing to work with them. It's in the best interest of taxpayers. And I appreciate the work that the Auditor General does. And I certainly won't politicize it on the floor of the legislature.
I recognize the I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have more quotes. Madam Speaker, also in 2019, the now Premier said, anytime a government tries to hide information or avoid scrutiny, the taxpayers need to be suspicious. Secret governments are incompatible with good government, and we'll table that as well. Over the last few weeks, we've seen the government try to hide information and avoid scrutiny as they try to increase their own power. Taxpayers should be suspicious, Madam Speaker. 2019 wasn't that long ago, but these quotes sound like they're coming from a completely different person who is now the Premier of this province. My question to the Premier, what has changed?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll tell you one thing that changed is in 2019 there was a Liberal government in power. And that is the same government that then proceeded to shut down the legislature for almost an entire year. Everything I said in those quotes, I stand by today. And what happened in 2021 is Nova Scotians agreed with me on my commentary on the government of the day. And they also agreed in 2024 that it's important that as a government that isn't transparent, that a government that gets things done, a government, Madam Speaker, that makes it happen for Nova Scotians. And that's exactly what we will do.
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the Liberal Party with his final supplement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, after Public Accounts Committee today, the Auditor General said that she couldn't see how she or her department could continue to do their job under the conditions proposed by the government because she would not be no longer independent or objective. The government is threatening an independent officer of this House and making our democracy weaker. My question to the Premier, what is he afraid of?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
I have lots of fears, Madam Speaker, but they don't have to do with the Auditor General doing their job. And it would be unfortunate if the Auditor General said that, because certainly the Auditor Generals in a number of provinces across this country that have the exact same provisions do their job, and they do it very effectively and very efficiently. I have great confidence in the Auditor General of this province. We're normalizing some things. We're making lots of changes to make this House more accountable to the people. I hope the members opposite get on board with those. We're making lots of investments in Nova Scotians through the budget process. I hope the members opposite support Nova Scotians and get behind that as well. But I have great faith in the work of the Auditor General. We'll continue to support her.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister responsible for housing. The housing market is not working for Nova Scotians. Jody McDavid, the Executive Director of the Cape Breton Transition House Association, has warned that an increased number of women are returning to the person that was causing them harm because of lack of housing, and I'll table that. Madam Speaker, my question is, can the Minister tell us why this government isn't prioritizing safe, affordable homes for Nova Scotia? Why isn't the government making it happen and getting it done?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I've outlined yesterday in question period, our action plan is working. We're actually exceeding our housing targets for 2028. I think we're at 125% of the housing units committed through our Action for Housing plan, Madam Speaker. We recognize as a government that the challenges for folks fleeing gender-based violence. That's why we have expanded the Canada Housing Benefit through the Survivors of Gender-Based Violence Housing Benefit, a stream of rent supplement, Madam Speaker. We're also expanding our prioritizing actually through our public housing agency, a priority access for folks as well. And I'll have more to say in my supplemental. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, an action plan means you have to act. And rent supplements, which enable developers to continue to charge unaffordable rents, are not the same as long-term affordable housing. Women and gender-diverse folks fleeing violence need safe, affordable places to live, regardless of when their government-funded supplement ends. So, Madam Speaker, when will we see this government build real affordable housing for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, in addition to the initiatives I outlined in my first response, we're also providing funding to non-profits and community housing organizations through the Affordable Housing Development Program and through the Community Housing Growth Fund to help them create new housing options for survivors. Madam Speaker, if the member wasn't looking at the news last week, we did actually commit to the largest public housing investment in the 30 years, Madam Speaker. Bring forward our government's commitment to 515 units, Madam Speaker. On the topic of rent supplements, Madam Speaker, when we formed government, the investment was $11 million in rent supplements, Madam Speaker. 7 times now, $73.9 million in this budget. I hope the member's office can get behind that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, we have an epidemic of gender-based violence in this province. 5 provinces, 3 territories, and the federal government all offer 5 paid days of domestic violence leave. However, here in Nova Scotia, only 3 paid days are available. Can the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration explain why this government offers fewer paid days of domestic violence leave than the majority of jurisdictions across Canada?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. This is a very serious issue that Nova Scotians take serious, that we take serious. There's work been underway since last time we were in the House, and I'll have more to say later.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. We know that the department did a jurisdictional scan of paid domestic leave. In the fall, we were assured by the former minister that we would have an update on this important topic by the end of 2024. Nova Scotians have waited long enough. Can the minister tell us when the extension of paid domestic leave days will happen here in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question as well. Like I said, you know, this government takes domestic violence very serious, and you know, I'll have more to say later. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Needham.
Madam Speaker, last January, the Desmond Fatality Inquiry final report was released, making 25 recommendations. Many recommendations touch on the need for enhanced access to culturally appropriate mental health care for African Nova Scotians in rural areas. Yet, we're still hearing that the support being rolled out is not meeting the unique needs of the community. So, my question is to the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs. Can you please explain what is holding up the delivery of culturally appropriate mental health care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Just want to let you know that we continue to work on that. It's a process. We are definitely working on that. So it's not that it's being ignored, those recommendations, but we are working on and through those recommendations. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Needham.
Madam Speaker, Adam Rogers, a lawyer who represented the estate and some of the Desmond family members during the inquiry, has expressed frustration with this government's lack of transparency on the implementation of the recommendations, stating, "It's hard to see where the work is being done, if anywhere. At this point, wait and see is starting to sound more like maybe never." So my question is, can the minister tell us when we will have a clear progress update on these important recommendations?
I recognize the the Minister responsible for the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you to the member opposite for the question. So this inquiry stands as a firm reminder of the work, why the work that we're doing is important across government to address the issues raised, including needing to access services for African Nova Scotians. So we have been making progress consistently, and we have updated protocols and training for frontline professionals, including in high-risk domestic violence case coordination. There is new training underway supporting our frontline providers as well. A number of the actions are already complete and others are underway, and we do look forward to updating Nova Scotians in the very near future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The spending by this government has been showing record variances between projections and actuals. It's also on the revenue side. They have shown multi-billion-dollar variances over $1 billion in each of the last 3 years. For the first time ever in Nova Scotia, this is leading the Auditor General choosing not to sign off on the Department of Finance's revenue projections this year. I want to ask the Minister of Finance if reducing the independence of the Auditor General is something that he raised himself to the Premier because of the refusal of giving assurances on his budget's revenue projections. That's bad.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance and Treasury Board.
So, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question. The reality is auditors audit things that have actually happened. Revenues are projections going forward. We make those projections based on over 300 different parameters. 18 months before we have the actual information, audit rules were changed in 2017, which make it more difficult for the auditor to actually audit a projection going forward. The Auditor General has made that very clear to us, that this is complicated, is probably more the work of an actuary than an auditor, and that is the reason why we're not looking for that.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yet this problem just began 3 years ago. In the disclaimer of conclusion, it says the AG office is unable to conclude if the revenue presented is reasonable and presented fairly, and states the $1.3 billion, $1.9 billion, and $1.3 billion budget to actual variances as the first reason why. Some of this could be discussed next week at Public Accounts, yet the Conservative members voted today to cancel that very important committee that the Auditor General actually reports to. I want to ask the Minister, all these meetings are now cancelled for the rest of this House session. I want to ask the Minister directly if he agrees with his colleagues that that committee should be cancelled for the rest of the House session so that the finances are no longer looked at.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to point out to the member that the Auditor General did sign off on the approval of the revenue estimates for each of the last 3 years. We did spend additional money. I want to just inform the member that while we projected a deficit for each of those 3 years, we actually delivered a surplus. I want to assure Nova Scotians that the spending of the money by us, we are meeting the needs of Nova Scotians as we have the flexibility to do so. We will continue to do that. It's a process that's been in place since 2010. We will continue to do that, continue to meet the needs of Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, the Auditor General's report on violence in Nova Scotia's public schools found that there was no method to track repeated instances of violence against the same student or educator. There was also no tracking of the type of violence being perpetrated. I'll table that. We know that gender-based and sexual violence are occurring in our schools, but what we don't know is how often they are occurring. Can the Minister confirm that the updated Code of Conduct will be accompanied by a mechanism to track gender-based violence in our schools?
May I ask which minister, as there could be potentially 3 in there? I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
My apologies, Speaker. I should have identified that the question was to the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. My apologies.
Thank you, Member. I just want to make sure that I was correct in this. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're going to continue to do the work that needs to be done to ensure that our children are taught at a young age that gender-based violence is 1,000% unacceptable, Madam Speaker. We are investing in programs and resources like Guys Work, Kids in the Know, and Roots of Empathy. Madam Speaker, we are working on a comprehensive code of conduct, which will be released in March. It is a fluid document, but we are working with the NSTU, we're working with CUPE, we're working with PSANS, and we're working with every single stakeholder we can to ensure that this encompasses all types of violence in our school.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Tracking the problem is needed, but we also need to ensure that we have appropriate responses to gender-based and sexual violence in our schools. If we do not want the epidemic of intimate partner violence to continue for another generation, we must do a better job of addressing these problems with our young people. Will the minister confirm that the updated code of conduct will include specific language around appropriate responses to gender-based and sexual violence in the soon-to-come code of conduct?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
I want to thank the member for the question. Yes, I do agree with everything he said, and yes, it will. And not only will it address it now, but we're addressing it, when the code of conduct comes out, but we're also taking action now, Madam Speaker. With Guys Work, Kids in the Know, Roots of Empathy, we cannot wait for the code of conduct, so we're investing resources, and this budget has invested massive amount of money to combat gender-based violence. It starts in the schools, and we are going to ensure that our kids know that it is wrong.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there is a wide and diverse support for restricting the abuse of non-disclosure agreements. Acadia University and the University of King's College have signed a voluntary pledge vowing not to use non-disclosure agreements, and I will table that. Prince Edward Island and Saskatchewan have taken a step further and introduced their own legislation to restrict their use. My question is for the Minister of Justice. Will this government develop a plan to restrict the use of non-disclosure agreements across the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite for this question. Survivors and victims of sexual abuse, sexual assault, sexual harassment must be supported with sensitivity and respect and with trauma-informed approaches. And this includes in relation to the use of NDAs, which are agreements that people may enter into to commit that they will not share certain information, and often that happens in the course of settlements. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the advocacy of many organizations like Can't Buy My Silence and others who have given voice to the harms that can arise with the misuse of NDAs. This is an incredibly important perspective and a really important consideration in this. Madam Speaker, I'll continue my remarks.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
According to Halifax lawyer Ron Pink, these things are signed for one purpose: to protect the male harasser. And the male harasser then goes on to do it again. And he can continue to do it because he can buy his way out. That's what's going on. And I will table that. Yet the previous Minister of Justice claimed that there are pros and cons to this issue. Can the minister clarify what the pro of this kind of use of an NDA is?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a complex issue, and our hearts and minds must be open not only to those folks who do feel and know that they've been harmed and would have been better off without NDAs, but they must also be open to those who feel that they have been protected by NDAs. And I must point out, Madam Speaker, that is the group that is least likely to speak up. And I say this not to say that our mind is closed to banning NDAs. It absolutely is not, Madam Speaker, but we need to consider all of these perspectives. Madam Speaker, some jurisdictions have come out to say that they will not be moving forward with bans of NDAs, but we are looking forward to the Uniform Law Conference of Canada's recommendations on this. We are hosting them this summer, and we'll continue to consider this important issue.
recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Health and Wellness recognized recently that time was of the essence to get a bilateral pharmacare deal done for Nova Scotians, and I'll table that. This money has been on the table for months, and the government has refused to make a deal happen to help more Nova Scotians afford their medications. That includes birth control. Why has this government moved at a glacial pace to get a pharmacare deal with the federal government done?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. So we are in active negotiations with the federal government. I had an opportunity to speak with Minister Holland last month, and certainly we were able to host health ministers' meetings. Nova Scotians expect us to do due diligence around the cost of all of the programs that we offer. So this bilateral agreement is important, but we do know that the money will eventually sunset. So it's very important as we move forward with fiscal responsibility that we understand the negotiated terms of a potential deal and that it is sustainable going into the future. So more to say, but we are in active negotiations.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge people to look at the Auditor General's opinions on the due diligence we do around financial decisions. The federal funding for pharmacare that is on the table would substantially reduce costs for Nova Scotians and provide health care that Nova Scotians, especially women, need and deserve. A federal election is approaching, which has the potential to disrupt progress on pharmacare or even jeopardize it completely. Will this government make it happen and act fast to get a pharmacare deal with the federal government while there's still time?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
It's very interesting to me, Madam Speaker, how we want due diligence, we don't want due diligence. We want due diligence, we don't want due diligence. We are in active negotiations. We need to make sure that there's a financially sustainable path if these medications are covered. Bilateral agreements are so important, but they sunset, and we need to make sure with the economics of the province, with the coverage that's available, that we can move forward sustainably. We are in active negotiations with the federal government. The Minister of Health, Minister Holland, and I have had wonderful conversations. I'm confident in the team's ability to move forward. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague has already brought forth a question about the misuse of NDAs in cases of sexual assault. I'd like to follow up questioning for the Minister of Justice on this very, very important topic. It's not really that complex, Madam Speaker. We know that NDAs are being misused in cases of sexual assault for the sole purpose of silencing victims and empowering criminals. They are criminals, people that are sexually assaulting, harassing, and sexually violently harming people, and in many cases women. Yet this government refuses to change the laws that are empowering criminals. Can the minister please bring some justice to this province and change the laws today?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So this is a significant issue, and we know that we need to support our survivors in all ways that we can. That's not only with respect, with sensitivity, with trauma-informed approaches, but also within the law. Madam Speaker, this is a complex issue, and we have heard the voices, and we appreciate the voices who have spoken out against NDAs. We appreciate that when they are misused, they can cause harm. But it is not as simple as just banning them. We have heard from others that they play an important role, and there is a lot to consider when we make a decision on this issue, Madam Speaker. We want to do our due diligence and make sure we do the right things for Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member of Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the minister. It's really not that complicated. And we know eventually the laws are going to change here in Nova Scotia. And every day that goes by that this government refuses to change the laws, This government is putting victims continually at risk. When you silence someone, anyone with an NDA, you are causing them mental health. You are purposely causing them mental illness. It leads to depression. We should not be silencing victims in this province, and by not changing the laws, we are doing that. I want to ask the minister, does she support the Canadian Bar Association, who voted strongly in favor that NDA sexual assault legislation must change?
Order.
Does the minister support this?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite, and I do appreciate the member's passion around this. But, Madam Speaker, this issue is not about whether I support the Canadian Bar Association or any other individual association. Madam Speaker, this is about doing what is right for Nova Scotians, and particularly Nova Scotians who are victims of sexual assault, abuse, or harassment. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to remind the member opposite that we are awaiting a very carefully considered set of recommendations from the Uniform Law Conference of Canada, who will be providing recommendations around potential use of NDAs. And this is in the face of, yes, one province who has implemented legislation, but other provinces who refuse to do so. So we look forward to that considered recommendation, Madam Speaker.
Order. Just a reminder before we move on, I shouldn't have to scream order 2 or 3 times. Members are not, once I scream order, it means the mic is cut off. I ask that people respect that and respect other people's time so they can get their questions out and they can get their answers out. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, programs that offer free birth control have been shown to be revenue positive, even in provinces that are funding these medications independently. The cost of providing free birth control is considerably lower than the cost associated with unintended pregnancy, and I can table that. Reproductive rights include access to birth control. And at a time when Nova Scotians are struggling financially, eliminating barriers to birth control is key to ensuring equal access and choice. So my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Why is there no funding for birth control in the budget tabled yesterday?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly we currently have a number of programs in Nova Scotia. We offer support through Family Pharmacare program. Also for those who have financial challenges through the opportunities, social development, there is opportunity to cover birth control as well as a variety of other ways. So we appreciate the question. There's been a lot of advocacy done in regards to birth control. We continue to look at the program available through the federal government and negotiate our deals, and perhaps there'll be more to say in future.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We need barrier-free access to birth control now. Another initiative that is good for women's health and good for our healthcare system is take-home HPV test kits. But again, there was no money in the budget for this. This is despite the fact that Nova Scotia Health has said, quote, "We are actively planning the introduction of HPV self-screening, but I understand that this program has not been funded yet by the government," end quote, and I'll table that. So my question for the minister again is, where is the funding for the take-home HPV test kits?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, we are looking at a program for take-home HPV kits. We're working with clinicians to understand how best to roll that program out. There's nothing being held back. That program is not fully realized yet, but we are working with the clinicians who will look at that program and understand how it's best suited to the Nova Scotia environment. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Premier committed to a Child and Youth Commission back in 2021 while addressing the restorative inquiry into the Nova Scotia Home for Coloured Children, and I will table that. Unfortunately, 4 years later, and this government has almost nothing to show for this. My question for the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development is, how much longer is this government planning to make young people wait to have their voices heard and their needs met?
I recognize the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member with her question on her birthday. We want Nova Scotia to be the best place for children and families, and that's why we passed legislation enabling the creation of Nova Scotia's first Office of Children and Youth. That process is in the midst of making regulations. We're also looking at doing some staffing. We're getting the job done. Just be patient. We're going to have the best one in the entire country because we've learned from other jurisdictions when you move too fast, that job will not be done effectively. We're going to put a strong office in place, and it will do the best job across Canada for children in this country.
Hear, hear.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
A year ago, this government announced a child and youth advocacy office, but provided few specifics and no budget. Despite the vague nature of this commitment, we were hopeful that we were finally making progress down the pathway that this province needs to go. A year later, and still no details, our hope is fading. Can the minister explain why funding for the promised Child and Youth Advocacy Office was not included in yesterday's budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. All three official parties in this House passed legislation or brought forward legislation that this office should have been created when they were in opposition. It was only under the leadership of our Premier and the previous ministers we actually passed that legislation, and an office will be in place. So the creation of that office is being worked on by officials in the department. The regulations are being put forward. We're working on staffing. So stay tuned. We'll have more information on this as we finish this process because we want to make sure we do it right, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Natural Resources. It is a fact that any successful resource extraction project in the history of our country has received the social license to do so. It is crucial because no matter how big a potential windfall may be, it cannot be successful if people don't want it. Will the minister commit to a robust consultation plan with Nova Scotians before they go forward with any developments?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are at a critical point here in Nova Scotia. Last year, we introduced our critical mineral strategy. There are many minerals on that strategy, many minerals that the world's looking to meet the 2050 targets for climate change battle. And Madam Speaker, we have the ability to meet the environmental standards. We have the ability to meet the labor standards that many countries can't offer for these critical minerals to go into the renewable energy spectrum that we're talking about here as well in Nova Scotia. Every project that comes here has to meet an environmental standard. Through those projects, there has to be community consultation. Consultation with our Mi'kmaq partners when it's called for. Madam Speaker, there's consultation that'll happen. We just had one in November, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
We've already seen this more, faster, PC approach to this when the government prioritized the interests of an Australian mining company over a Nova Scotia property owner by giving access to land against the wishes of the owner. Over 70% of Nova Scotia land is privately owned. People need assurance that the government is not going to let corporations destroy their land. Will the minister commit to protecting the rights of Nova Scotia property owners, or does the minister intend to bend to the will of mining companies?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question because it allows us to put the facts on the floor. The facts on the floor, it's not a small woodlot owner in Nova Scotia. They were actually both foreign ownerships. They had a discussion over 9 months. 9 months, they did not come to an agreement. And in order to enact Section 26 of that Act, both parties have to be in agreement, which is what we did as a department. Both parties asked for this mediator to take place, and the decision would be based on their collaboration with that. Both parties agreed to Section 26, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the leader of the honorable leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we recently learned that St. Barbara Gold, a major mining company, is pulling out of Nova Scotia. In an interview last year, the CEO of the company said the only difficulty we really encountered in Nova Scotia is dealing with the Department of Environment. And I'll table that quote. My question to the Minister of Environment, is he worried that his department is one of those special interest groups that the Premier has recently rallied against?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The case that the Honourable Member cited is a matter before the courts, and I won't be commenting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Yeah, thank you. I know a little bit of the history there, so I'll semi-accept that. But the question, the real question I have is, and it goes around land protection. This is going to be one of the ultimate questions that government is going to have when it comes to resource development. We all support resource development, but it's also about land protection as well. And the government has committed to protecting 20% of land and water in this province by 2030. My question to the minister is this: as the government goes down the journey of resource development, can he commit on the floor today that he's going to keep that commitment of 20% land protection for land and water in the province by 2030?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians absolutely love the protected areas that we have. We are great stewards of the land and water in Nova Scotia. That is why 2 years ago, our government was pleased to bring forward the Collaborative Protected Areas Strategy. Currently, there's about 13.67% of Nova Scotia that's currently protected. We have the interim goal of 15% protected by the end of 2026, and then our long-term goal, which is legislated. Nova Scotia is a recognized leader in land and water conservation, and that's why the federal government signed the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement with us a year ago, $28.5 million to help us protect more land and water. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Municipal Affairs. All residents in Upper Tantallon need an accessible emergency egress before the start of wildfire season. This has long been known, but residents and city councillors are worried that it's not going to happen. And I will table that. When will the minister assure the residents that this government will take action alongside the municipality to get an emergency egress in place?
Hear, hear. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs.
So I'd like to thank the member for the question and recognize the fires of 2023 were devastating. They changed our understanding of our world. They changed our understanding of the urban and suburban forest and the risks that are associated with that. These subdivisions were built in the beginning with the approval of the municipality and the residents with one way in and out, simply because these subdivisions, the residents like that with just less traffic. But we realize now, we all understand now, that we need two ways out. We've worked with HRM already on that. We will continue to work with HRM. This is fundamentally a municipal planning issue.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Upper Tantallon also has a long-standing issue of unusable fire hydrants. As one resident summed up this issue, and I quote, "I don't feel the urgency we need." They're talking about a timeline of 2 years before pipes are upgraded and before the majority of the community gets proper fire protection. That's far too long. Will the minister commit to responding to this issue with the urgency that the residents deserve?
I recognize the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
So again, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member for the The question, we recognize the issues in Upper Hammonds playing with the water. We are working with HRM on the water pressure issue directly. And but I will remind the member, this is HRM infrastructure. We have many programs. We've had an unprecedented level of funding, which the member would not know, not having been here the last just being newly elected. We've increased funding dramatically for water and sewer across the province, and we look forward to continuing to do more of that in the future. These are always municipally identified priorities that we work with.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to the most recent Canadian Social Survey, 66% of Nova Scotians experienced a housing challenge related to affordability, suitability, condition, or discrimination in the past year. Fixed-term leases have resulted in tenants losing their housing when the landlords do not renew those leases and increase the rent on the unit, thereby driving up the rents overall. My question to the Minister of Service Nova Scotia is, what measures will she take to ensure that the current supply of rental housing remains relatively affordable?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for this important question. We want to see all Nova Scotians be able to thrive in this province, and that means to be able to find a home and a place that they love and care for. And Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that we're still focusing on the growth of our province in terms of supply. We've heard the Minister of Growth and Development continue to talk about the investments that have been made in housing, and Madam Speaker, we have to continue to do that work. We want Nova Scotians to have choice so that they have the ability to be able to move and find that place that they deserve to live in and love and care for, as I mentioned before, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We need supply that people can actually afford. And despite this government's great joy and exuberance in celebrating their own accomplishments, the same survey found that 41% of people in this province are very concerned about their ability to afford housing because of the rising costs of their housing or of rising rent. Also, a report from Royal LePage shows that the beginning of 2025 housing market shows high demand and predicts continued increasing housing prices. My question to the Minister in charge of housing is, what is the government's plan to ensure young Nova Scotians can find a home they can actually afford?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll remind again the Honourable Member that we do have an action plan for housing. It is a 5-year plan that has groundbreaking investments. We will have done those investments. We'll continue to make those investments. We've cut miles of red tape, perhaps orange tape in the opposition's case. But, Madam Speaker, we know there's more work to be done. We have created the conditions and committed to over 51,000 new units in the first 18 months of our housing plan. That's 125% of our 2028 goal, Madam Speaker. We are expanding and increasing the budget for our Backyard Suite program, Madam Speaker. We've supported 663 first-time home buyers in their efforts to buy their first home, and we know there's more to be done. We'll continue. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the Minister of Public Works can give me and the residents of Dartmouth North an update on the Lancaster intersection.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works with 8 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions to ministers has expired. Opposition. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Speaker, would you please call the order of business private members' bills for second reading?
Private members' bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Speaker, would you please call Bill 2, an act about gender violence prevention funding?
Bill 2, an act about gender violence prevention. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Speaker, I move that Bill 2, the Gender-Based Violence Funding Act, be read a second time. Speaker, it gives me no pleasure to speak to this bill. I wish I wasn't doing it. I wish that this was not a bill that we needed in our province. I wish gender-based violence wasn't a thing, but it is a thing. It's a terrible, big thing. Gender-based violence and intimate partner violence are taking place every day in Nova Scotia, in the most rural communities and the most bustling city centres. The lady who sits in front of us at church, the one who sings loudly and beautifully, there's a very good chance that she could be a survivor. The guy in front of us at the grocery store, after work and a couple of drinks, he could be an abuser. The kid who plays with our kid in the playground after school, maybe they witness or experience violence when they get home. Gender-based violence is insidious, and it is everywhere. When we debated Bill number 482, Intimate Partner Violence Epidemic Act, the leader of our party spoke on the bill and eloquently said, and I quote, "By passing this legislation today, declaring intimate partner violence an epidemic, we are enshrining the findings of the Mass Casualty Commission in law in this House. We are coming together as legislators to acknowledge the depth of this issue, the fact that 30% of women report being victims of physical or sexual violence at the hands of their partner. And that means that many of us in this chamber have experienced that, our friends and our families." End quote. And I'll table that quote. So in September of 2024, this province declared intimate partner violence an epidemic. We celebrated that day because it was a first step in ending this terrible scourge. And we talked that day and in the days to follow that now what was needed was epidemic level funding to go along with this acknowledgement. Since we passed that bill, there have been 7 deaths that we know of because of intimate partner or gender-based violence. We don't know how many people have experienced and survived violence since September 12th, 2024, because those numbers are very hard to enumerate and evaluate. And this is because so many people stay silent or because people try to report violence and the reports are miscategorized or ignored. And so, like on September 12th, 2024, and for eons before that, like on April 21st and 22nd, 2020, during the mass casualty that prompted the Turning the Tide report, and like on December 31st, 2024, when a woman and her father were killed by her partner, and like other epidemics that cause illness in body and mind for survivors and witnesses and death in the others, intimate partner violence is an epidemic, and this government must provide the money needed to address the epidemic and bring it to eradication. The Mass Casualty Commission report states in recommendation V13 the following: epidemic level funding for gender-based violence prevention and interventions. The Commission recommends, I'm quoting now, the Commission recommends that federal, provincial, and territorial funding to end gender-based violence be commensurate with the scale of the problem. It should prioritize prevention and provide women survivors with paths to safety. Funding should be adequate and include stable core funding for services that have been demonstrably effective in meeting the needs of women survivors of gender-based violence and that contribute to preventing gender-based violence, including interventions with perpetrators. These services should be funded over the long term and should not be discontinued until it has been demonstrated that the services are no longer required or an equally effective alternative has been established. Priority should be placed on providing adequate and stable core funding to organizations in the gender-based violence advocacy and support sector. A further priority should be funding community-based resources and services, particularly in communities where marginalized women are located, and I will table that. And so, what would that money be used for in this endeavor to eradicate intimate partner violence and gender-based violence? Mr. Speaker, there are countless experts working in the field of intimate partner violence prevention, care, and advocacy. Many are in the chamber today. Many were outside marching in the streets earlier this morning. They are the experts, and they know how much money is needed and how the money ought to be spent. But I will offer up a few ideas based on what I have heard from these advocates and experts. We need to fund women's centers and transition houses. These centers, like the Second Story Women's Center in Lunenburg or the Antigonish Women's Center and Sexual Assault Services, or Bryony House in Halifax. These centers are the heart of care and advocacy for survivors of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence and their children and their families. They are intimately aware of the nuances of the communities they're in, the complexities of gender-based violence in specific areas of the province, and they work in trauma-informed, feminist ways. These centers and organizations like them all around Nova Scotia need stable, dependable, and increased core funding. That is, funding for their operations and not for specific programs. We need investment in second stage and transitional housing for survivors. This must be a priority. This is housing where survivors can get a new start. Safe, adequate housing that accommodates family members, that is affordable for the person staying there. We know we have a terrible lack of affordable housing in this province, all across the province. If the government is not going to adequately address all people who live in core housing need, then it must prioritize survivors of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. If someone sees no place to go, then they cannot leave an abusive situation, and violence and the cycle of violence will be continued. We also need investment in prevention and early intervention of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. We need changes to school curriculum from grades primary to 12. The minister earlier agreed with this assertion, but we need more than we have now. Because right now, we have an epidemic, and so what we're doing is not enough. We need to do more. We need investment in services for the perpetrators of violence. We are hearing more and more about survivors of intimate partner violence who don't want to end their relationships, but want their partners who are inflicting the violence on them to get help for their own trauma, which is leading to the violence. I find this piece of the puzzle profoundly moving and important. First, it shows tremendous courage and generosity on the part of survivors, and it also shows courage and hope for perpetrators. What if behaviors could change and violence and fear could be replaced by love and compassion? Aside from epidemic level funding for all the initiatives above, we also need to look beyond the immediate to see much needed systemic change in our province that will contribute to ending this violence. We need real childcare options. We need better wages for jobs that are traditionally performed by women, like in long-term care and childcare and service jobs. We need to expand and simplify the MOST program, especially in the trades that are dominated by women. We need investment in centers and programs that support social inclusion, especially in rural areas. We need investment and access to sexual and reproductive health care options, including birth control and abortion, especially in rural areas. We need, and this is largely up to the men and allies in the room and in our lives, We need to call out misogyny and sexism when we witness it. Sometimes misogyny and sexism is casual, and sometimes it's pointed and purposeful. It's all violence, and it has to stop. And so I want to remind everyone in this House that where there are women, there is violence against women. Gender-based violence. It is everywhere, right in front of us and right behind closed doors. Its social and financial costs are immeasurable, but they are extremely high. And that is why we must treat this issue like the epidemic it is and provide adequate funding to end it. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is one of those bills that's a no-brainer to support. So happy to put my voice behind the efforts of the NDP on Opposition Day, and great job to my colleague for expressing all the reasons why we should be looking at a more sustained model of funding for organizations that do such great work on the front lines in all of our areas that we represent in this House. I think that all of us know someone or are connected to someone, whether it's in our family or friend group that has been impacted in some way by gender-based violence. And we just sat in the legislature last time, and between the time I mentioned this at committee until now, we've had no less than 7 instances of confirmed gender-based violence, and I'm sure there's more, as we know that some of this, a lot of this does not go reported. And so I've met with a number of organizations, myself and my colleague, member from Sydney, member 2, and we'll continue to do what we can as men, and I mentioned that as well, how important it is for us to speak out, given the facts around this issue, given that the vast majority of instances of violence are perpetrated by men against women or gender diverse peoples. So it is important for all of us to speak out and support the efforts around prevention and intervention. We have a myriad of reports and commissions that have been appointed and come out with basically the same recommendations and the need for these organizations that often compete for different funding line items in budgets. And that's one of the issues, that they all should have predictable funding that they can count on. It's an issue across nonprofits and organizations that have to fight for funding each year. They have to look for staff each year, and they don't know if the next budget will have that funding in for the next year to take on these issues when nobody else will. This cuts across many departments, and I look forward to some of these organizations coming forward at committee so we can have in-depth conversations on how we can help them, whether it's Barney House or whether it's Adsum House. Adsum House has one of their shelters in my area in Lakeside, the Sunflower, with 25 units, so I represent many people that have been victims, and we're looking to expand that project. I hope to see support from all 3 levels of government to add to the capacity so that we can house more victims. And the education component was mentioned. Of course, we want to see more curriculum-based initiatives around educating healthy relationships, particularly with young boys. And I think there's a lot of literature out there that people of all ages can educate themselves on. We are not experts by any means in this House, but take it upon yourself to read some of this stuff. I just read a book by the person I recognize today, written by Lynn Gallant Blackburn, who's a sister of Paula Gallant, and that's a touching story for anyone who grew up in Timberley, especially the students in that grade 3 class who came to school the next day. Imagine at that age, going to school the next day to learn that your teacher was found in the trunk of her car, and the trauma impacted on that whole school. I do want to thank the Minister of Education, who did step up to repair a wrong that was enacted to that family, because there was a room dedicated to Paula. It was called Paula's Place, and that was for some reason dismantled. Some of the items were moved around, but the minister did intervene. I want to thank him for doing that, so that we will have Paula's Place back in that, because it's a symbol. It's an important piece for the community, so that there's that enduring legacy, because the family really wants the legacy of Paula to live on for advocates and to see change in the system. And it's amazing what Lynn just herself has done. I encourage all members to read the book. I'm going to try to get the library to get it. But many would know about the rewards program when there's crime in this province. I credit Lynn for the creation of that program. She demanded that a reward be put out for the murder of that case. And when the police and the Department of Justice refused, she said she's going to do it herself. She was prepared to put up $50,000 that she didn't have, but she knew she could raise it from the mothers in the community of Timberley. And at the last minute, the Department of Justice changed their views and put out the reward. And it's a fascinating case how they eventually, after 5 years, charged the partner with this crime. Amazing that it took that long. So that speaks to the ways that we could look at preventing this from happening and understanding the connection between partners and relationships and what needs to change in our law enforcement too. And so I look forward to Lynn and others coming forward at committee to have more suggestions, because there is more suggestions around what we can do with the Department of Justice, of course, but the Department of Education, Department of Health, Department of Community Services. And for that reason, I think it's important that we all support the bill. It's a practical bill. It's a budget session. It has to do with, it's a money bill. And I don't see any reason why the government won't support that today. So thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to stand with you here today. As the member from Yarmouth, this hits very close to home. Living in a small town, there's a good chance that if something happens, you know that person. And I pay tribute to a friend and a colleague that we lost. For me, it was a friend. For many, it was a family member, a daughter, or a parent. I'm pleased to offer this response on behalf of the government. To begin, I'd like to say that our thoughts are with all victims and their loved ones, and all those affected by the recent tragedies in our province. These tragedies underscore the urgent need for collaborative, decisive action. Our government is committed to working with communities to prevent violence, support survivors, and implement solutions to address its root causes. We are delivering on the recommendations of the DFI Inquiry, Mass Casualty Commission, informed by the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, ensuring that these reports result in tangible change. Working together to develop and support community-wide strategies to prevent violence, including sustainable funding for organizations on the front lines, strengthening connections with victims, advocates, and experts to ensure our response reflects the needs and realities of those affected by intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. Together, with our dedicated community partners, we will continue working to build a safer, more just Nova Scotia, where everyone can live free from the threat of violence. Yesterday, this government introduced a budget for the coming year that includes an investment of more than $100 million to address intimate partner violence. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about some of the significant impactful work that's happening across our government. Through the Office of the Status of Women, through the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence, and Standing Together, the Provincial Action Plan to Prevent Domestic Violence, we have invested approximately $8 million this fiscal year in organizations for programs, projects, and initiatives related to gender-based violence, with a focus on prevention, early intervention, and crisis response. Our agreement with the federal government to implement the gender-based violence NAP will result in additional investments of $18.3 million over 4 years. In the 2024-25 budget, annual core funding was increased by $7 million to transition houses and women's centers. the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association and Nominee Society. The goal is to stabilize the sector, better enabling them to provide services to individuals experiencing gender-based violence. This was the first significant increase to this sector in more than 20 years. With support from government, in August 2024, Lilac Place, an outreach center for women, opened in Cumberland County. The December 6th fund offered by the YWCA is helping women and gender diverse people experience violence. Bridges Institute in Truro has increased services, reaching over 125 men since January 2024. The Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center's Living Well program supported 61 youth, added age 12 to 30 to participate in programming aimed at healthy relationships, cultural heritage, and safe places. The Atlantic Muslim Resource Center is providing prevention programming for men and boys in the Islamic faith-based community. The men's and women's and all genders helpline are offering information, navigation, referrals, and brief interventions counseling for those who have concerns about their well-being, safety, and/or the safety of others. Over 30,000 calls have been received since the helplines launched in 2020. The Safe Outside Our Systems project, run by Cloverdale Justice Society, is offering services and support such as case management for 2S LGBTQ+ individuals affected by violence. The Nova Scotia Native Women's Association is delivering an emergency assistance fund to provide immediate financial access to families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. The Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center is providing programs to support urban Indigenous women, girls, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Through Department of Growth and Development, Nova Scotia and the Government of Canada implemented an enhancement to the Canada Housing Benefit to provide rental assistance to survivors of gender-based violence. This enhancement to the CHB will help survivors of gender-based violence, including women, children, and 2S LGBTQ+ people, find a safe and affordable places to live. It is expected to support nearly 400 individuals. Through Department of Justice, a pilot family navigation and assessment program is helping improve responses to intimate partner violence for those interacting with the family court system by offering individuals support, better information, and more outreach to help create a support network and continuity of support for people navigating the system. Work is also underway to ensure police and service providers get regular training related to gender-based violence involving people living with visible and/or invisible disabilities. The first module of this training has been delivered. The Department of Justice is also enhancing supports through the Victim Services Program, Domestic Violence Court Program, and a new gender-based violence division, which is currently being established. Through Department of Health and Wellness and Nova Scotia Health has developed a violence prevention, intervention, and response program that includes sexual assault nurse examiners and a team of domestic violence consultants to strengthen identification, mitigation, and response to DV, domestic violence, and improve education across the health sector. Nova Scotia Health has also rolled out training for the Jacqueline Campbell Danger Assessment Screening Tool for over 400 frontline staff, including healthcare and social workers, to promote earlier identification and support victims of violence. Further expansion of the sexual assault nurse examiners program to include domestic violence is underway. Last year, Public Health set up the Nurse Family Partnership Program in Nova Scotia's Eastern Zone, which includes Antigonish, Guysborough, Cape Breton, Inverness, Richmond, and Victoria counties, to provide parents in these largely rural areas with a strong support system during pregnancy and in the crucial days after a new baby arrives. Through labor, skills, and immigration, government is expanding the number of days of paid domestic violence leave with from the currently available 3 days. The department is working with ECO, SW, and the gender-based violence sector to develop additional resources for employers. Through education and early childhood development, the Kids in the Know program is engaging students to build skills that increase their personal safety and reduce the risk of victimization online and offline. All Nova Scotia teachers have had access to this program, its resources to support their students. Collaborative work is underway to develop gender-based violence curriculum and bystander intervention training in the public school system, primary to grade 12, post-secondary institutions, and public sector workplaces as well. Fundamentally, the approach aims to integrate efforts across Nova Scotia's education and work life with age-appropriate, consistent, and coherent gender-based violence messaging, supports, and resources. Guys Work, a school-based program for male identifying students in grades 6 to 9, promotes healthy masculinity, normalizes help-seeking, and allows participants to have conversations about health, wellness, and identity. In the fall of 2024, Guys Work has expanded to over 60 schools, which means that at least 600 students will participate in the program this year. Government has also funded and support Waves of Change, an education program developed by the Antigonish Women's Resource Center and Sexual Assault Services, designed to address sexual violence on university and college campuses in Nova Scotia. To sum it up, Madam Speaker, this government is delivering a robust response. To be clear, this isn't an exhaustive list of all the ways we are supporting the work. We also know that there's more to do and that we need all government, whole society response. For our part, we will continue to listen, collaborate, and take action to prevent violence and to help those it affects.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first would like to thank the NDP caucus for tabling this bill today here in the Nova Scotia Legislature. The advocates that marched today did so to send us all a message, the lawmakers here in Nova Scotia, that more must be done in our province to support and end gender-based violence. Simply saying there's an epidemic is not enough. Each of us in this chamber has a responsibility to stand strong. Each of us in our province, and nation for that matter, has a responsibility to stand strong and speak up when we see intimate partner violence or sexual assault. As my colleague from Dartmouth North already mentioned, it is difficult to stand when we know something is happening, but it is essential if we are to stop the cycle of abuse. Each one of us has a responsibility to help end gender-based violence in this province. I'll be honest, I did not understand the severity of this problem until I became an MLA. Even as a nurse, I did not see it directly. But when I was knocking on doors and I met so many victims, and they told me about their experiences, and they told me that laws must change in this province. They told me about their experience after being beaten by often their husband or male partner, and what their experience was when they called law enforcement. Too often the woman was encouraged to leave with her children, to give the person time to sober up or give them space. Why? Why was the woman told to leave when her partner was the criminal? Why has this been the pattern of law enforcement? Back in 2022, I met with the then Minister of Justice. He was gracious and met with me, and I shared with him what I am seeing in my constituency, this definite epidemic of gender-based violence. I was hopeful, and some of his department staff met with one of the women that I had been meeting with that had suffered at the hands of her spouse. But I have not seen very much change since then. What are the policies of law enforcement when they get a call or a report of gender-based violence? Are there policies in place in our police departments and RCMP detachments? Today, I want to mention a Canadian woman that has used her pain and suffering to change the laws in Canada in an attempt to prevent what happened so tragically in her life. Jennifer Kagan has been advocating for judges across the country to be educated on intimate partner violence, coercive control, and sexual assault. Her daughter was tragically killed at the age of 2 by her partner. She has been successful in changing the laws federally so that federal judges now have to be educated on this. And we're asking that the same happens here in Nova Scotia. And recently, laws were passed in Manitoba where provincial judges there are to be educated on this. And Madam Speaker, the same should happen here in Nova Scotia. Our provincial judges should have to go through education on coercive control, intimate partner violence, and sexual assault. Lastly, I want to mention one of the glaring deficiencies here in Nova Scotia, and that is the lack of access to mental health supports. If we are to decrease intimate partner violence, sexual assault, coercive control in this province, we have to ensure that the supports are in place when people try to access them. In late 2023, a beloved woman in Amherst was killed by her husband. She was dismembered. She was so loved, so loved. She worked at the local theater, and she will never be forgotten, Marlene Crossman. Her husband had a known long history of mental illness. And Marlene, God love her, she tried for years, as well as many of his family members, to get him the help that he needed and was never able to. Why do we have to wait until someone does something so tragic and ends a life, an innocent life, that did not deserve that? So I call upon the government in relation to this bill that our NDP caucus has tabled to increase mental health supports that are so desperately needed, to provide support for underlying causes that may be contributing to intimate partner violence, sexual assault, and coercive control. I support this bill and encourage the government to pass it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to first acknowledge that our thoughts are always with the victims, survivors, and their families. I do find it a little endearing almost to hear that it took until the member was an MLA to be more closely connected to this issue. As somebody that grew up in a community with friends and family members that were really closely connected to this issue, I can say from firsthand experience how encouraged and hopeful I am since coming to government on how much has changed since I was really young. So I'm grateful, and I'll get into some of the details specifically about what that looks like, but it is a huge issue, and we all agree on that, and we're very passionate about it, and we share that amongst our entire team here with this government, so I really want to acknowledge that as well. Nova Scotia is committed to a coordinated, whole-of-government approach to addressing the recommendations from the Mass Casualty Commission and the DFI. Many of the recommendations identify ways to prevent and address gender-based violence within Nova Scotia, and we are working collaboratively with our partners to ensure meaningful progress continues. We have come light years from the days where women suffered in complete silence and just talked about it over tea with their friends or in private. Now there's actual supports and places that people can reach out to communicate and have help. So with the 211 line for women, all genders helpline for people to connect with, to help them navigate the systems and find the supports and services they need. Last year alone, in the 2024-2025 budget, there was a historic investment in the sector, the largest in over a decade, actually almost 20 years. With that investment, over $7.1 million was infused into the sector to help transition houses with their operating costs. That's a significant investment to these critically important services. We value the life-saving work that these organizations do, which is why we will continue to work in collaboration with them to hear the voices from the perspectives of the professionals that work on the ground. From my experience in the nonprofit sector, I was grateful to come into this position and be able to work with organizations such as the Byrony House, who is doing great work in the community, along with the rest of transition houses, women's shelters, and multiple other organizations in support of this work. This is bigger than a budget line item, and it scans across our entire government. And not only does it span the entire government, it requires an all-of-society approach that goes along with that. As a government, we are walking towards this work, and we are grateful to do it, but it takes everyone, and it has to be bred through every single department, and that's exactly what we're seeing, which is why I find it so encouraging. To say that it just sits in one place and that we can just put money towards it and it will go away is an unrealistic expectation. We value the life-saving work that all of these organizations do, and I'll say it once and I'll say it over and over again because it can't be said too many times. For example, the Tierman Society is a transition house located in Pictou County, and they shared with us how increased funding has allowed them to address staffing concerns to improve services so that they can now provide double staffing where they couldn't before. This funding has also allowed them to offer ongoing support and services for the Gaslighting Recovery Group, Women's Inspiring Group, and groups for women who have children in care. In only 1 month, these programs had more than 200 visits. Engaging and supporting men and boys is critical in preventing gender-based violence. The Status of Women Office supports a number of prevention programs and services for men and boys to promote healthy masculinity, promote help seeking, and safe spaces for them to talk about their health and wellness. The Status of Women Office has also supported an organization through the Bridges Institute in Truro, like my colleague was just talking about. Bridges Institute uses activities like skating parties, bowling, fishing derbies, and library visits as a way of creating safe spaces for fathers to comfortably seek help. As a result, the Bridges Institute has reached over 125 men since January. One participant in this group said, "I was in crisis with my kids. I yelled all the time and I felt ashamed. But the Bridges staff showed great empathy and compassion and common sense. I never felt stupid or judged. They were just so encouraging, and they gave great suggestions and problem solving." Gender-based violence, including intimate partner violence, is an epidemic, one that this government recognized as such, the first in the nation. And it requires us to work with community organizations, advocates, and the experts across government to ensure that we are addressing the factors that contribute to this violence. Through the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence in 2024-2025, there was $5.1 million that was in funding to community organizations to support projects aimed at prevention and reaching underserved populations in culturally appropriate ways. One of these organizations is called Posse. Posse is the Peer Outreach and Support Services Education Program. We provided $1 million in support for Posse for prevention and peer-led support programming for youth in rural Nova Scotia. The funding has increased Posse's ability to respond to the needs of youth who access its training and outreach, helping support them to live stronger, healthier lives and feel empowered to become change agents within their communities. Impacting women's economic security is another very important piece to the puzzle of solving intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. We are committed to strengthening women's economic security. To do this, we go through a number of different initiatives that promote women's leadership, participation in science, technology, engineering, and math, also called the STEM program, and helping support those experiencing gender-based violence. Once again, through the National Action Plan for Ending Gender-Based Violence, we provided support to get everyone online through Geo Nova Scotia. This program distributed free cell phones and data plans to over 200 women leaving situations of gender-based violence. A transition house counselor shared the story of a woman who received a cell phone through this program. Thanks to that phone, she was able to get calls for interviews, last-minute shifts at her job, allowing her to make more money to help her get her back on her feet and become more financially independent. The service also gave her greater sense of independence, confidence, and safety. We continue to work across government on various programs and initiatives to help improve access to employment and support for women. Women make up half of our province's population, and they deserve to have the same access to economic security and safety as men do. Ensuring women have the confidence and skills they need to pursue opportunities in leadership is important for ensuring the voices are heard at decision-making tables. The Status of Women has partnered with the Equal Voice this spring to run a hybrid campaign school for women and gender diverse individuals. The feedback from the program included testimonials from one participant who said she originally signed up to be a better campaign volunteer. However, she was so inspired that she learned in the program that it gave her the confidence and skills that she needed to give a speech at a nomination contest for a candidate position in a provincial by-election. We know there is more work to be done in this area, and we will continue to work to ensure potential candidates have the skills and resources they need to run for office, and that barriers are reduced for underrepresented groups. In terms of the national inquiry to missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, we are definitely committed to eliminating violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. We know that we cannot do this work on our own, and the complexity of the calls for action through the justice, through the national inquiry, requires collaboration, coordination, and creativity. In response, we continue to work with key Mi'kmaq women leaders, as well as provincial, territorial, and federal partners. We are proud to support the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association, the Resilience Centre in Millbrook, First Nation, through various funding pathways led by Indigenous women. The centre is open to all Indigenous people, including women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Some of the key points or key data points in terms of the funding surrounding the national inquiry responses include $250,000 in core funding to the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association, $419,000 in funding to the Jane Paul Indigenous Resource Centre, $1.2 million in short-term funding to the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association, $700,000 in funding to the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre, $500,000 annually to creating communities of care through the customary law approach, and $1 million for the peer outreach and support programs and education, the POSSE program that I referenced before, to provide prevention and peer-led support programming for youth in rural Nova Scotia. On September 9th, 2024, the NSNWA, or the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association, hosted their grand opening of the Resilience Centre in Millbrook. The centre is one of the first of its kind in Atlantic Canada and has a chance to write a new chapter with Indigenous women and children in our province, one that promotes healing, strength, and resilience. The Resilience Centre provides a safe space for Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ people in our province, where they can receive culturally appropriate supports and programs they need to live happier, healthier lives. The province, through the Status of Women and Olnu office, is a dedicated partner in this project. In July 2022, the province announced that it would provide $1.4 million to support the construction of the building, and in 2024-2025 fiscal year, NSNWA received $325,000 from the Status of Women office to provide programming at the Resilience Centre from the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence. The Office of Olnu Affairs is the government lead on the province's response, with support from the Status of Women office. NSNWA leads the response to the calls of justice by the Mi'kmaq and work closely with families, communities, and organizations. The Status of Women office is the province's lead on the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence. This recognizes that gender-based violence disproportionately affects Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, and as one of its pillars, implementing Indigenous-led approaches, gender-based violence was intentionally aligned with MMIWG2S, or Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Two-Spirit People. Status of Women provides two streams of core funding to the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association, one for the administration and two for Jane Paul Indigenous Resource Centre. The purpose of this core funding is to enhance operational stability and better meet clients' needs. enable adequate staffing levels and ensure quality of service, meet the complexity level of the need for services to address gender-based violence, and ensure staff and participant safety, and work towards funding equity for rural areas. NSNWA annual core funding is $250,000. The Jane Paul Indigenous Resource Centre is $419,495, increased from $150,000 in the previous year's budget. Status of Women provides short-term project funding to the NSNWA for a multitude of different projects, and the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre is a partner with this government. The Status of Women is providing the following funding to the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre: $500,000 over 2023 to 2027 to develop these new programs to support urban Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, and $200,000 to develop a cross-Atlantic urban human trafficking strategy starting in 2024-2025 fiscal. Briefly, I want to touch on the response for human trafficking as it relates to the status of women and protecting against gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. I won't have time to get into all of the details of all the work that's going on, but some of the key messages I think are really important to share. Human trafficking and sexual exploitation are devastating for people, families, and communities. We are working with our community-based partners to ensure victims and survivors have the access to and support services they need to heal. We work closely with the YWCA and other experts through the Nova Scotia Trafficking and Exploitation System, also called TESS, to provide guidance and advice to government on how to strengthen prevention through policies and programs. The government funds programs that provide direct support for victims and survivors, as well as initiatives that help raise awareness to support prevention on a focus with Mi'kmaq and African Nova Scotian communities. I'll say at a recent FPT meeting, Nova Scotia was recognized as a leader in the area around missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls with support of the potential of a red dress alert system. So we were recognized both for prioritizing this as an initiative, but also planning for the future success of this, especially being in Nova Scotia and it being a very important issue here. The Status of Women Office currently funds $400,000 annually for the Safer Spaces program through the Canada-Nova Scotia Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence. From April 1st, 2023 to March 2024, 6 individuals resided at these safer spaces. Lastly, Madam Speaker, in closing, the TESS partnership has 3 key priorities, which I'll touch on before I wrap up. The first is the coordinated provincial strategy, communities of practice, and capacity building. Its activities include convening provincial partnership for action communities, increasing community awareness and mobilization, as well as research and knowledge dissemination. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise and speak to Bill 2, the Gender-Based Violence Prevention Funding Act. We've heard a great deal about the programs that are ongoing through government over a number of years, and yet I think it's really important to acknowledge at the outset that since October, 6 women and 1 of their fathers have died in confirmed cases of intimate partner homicide in this province. 6 women. And Madam Speaker, I would submit that if 6 Nova Scotians had died at sea, if 6 Nova Scotians had been lost in a fire, if 6 Nova Scotians had been lost in any other number of ways, we would have marked those deaths very differently. And so I'd like to take a moment and read their names. And with your indulgence, I would like us to take a moment of silence after that to acknowledge the passing of these women. Brenda Tatlock Burke, age 59, of Enfield. Nicole Murphy, age 49, of Yarmouth. An unidentified woman from Cole Harbour, age 71. Coralie Alicia Smith, 40, and her father, Bradford Corey Downey. Elaine Mosier, 60, of Mahone Bay. And Peyton Pick, 22, of Centerville. I ask that the members rise and observe a moment of silence.
Please be seated.
The fact that we've lost this many lives in our province is awful. And we know that across our province and behind closed doors, many more Nova Scotians are suffering from intimate partner and gender-based violence. The epidemic of gender-based violence and the lives of these victims were marked earlier today in a march. All parties were invited. Unfortunately, the government was not there. And I think it's important that we acknowledge in this House that we aren't doing enough. We just aren't doing enough. It's not that we're not doing anything, we're just not doing enough because people are dying. And so this bill is our effort to start doing enough. When we brought forward the bill declaring intimate partner violence an epidemic, which I know my colleague spoke to briefly in her remarks, we were told that we didn't need that legislation, that it was only symbolic. But that symbol is so important. Without that legislation and the work of the advocates who pushed to make sure that it became law, I don't think we would have been able to call those 6 deaths what they are: intimate partner homicides. It's changed the way that media reports. It's changed the way we can have the conversation in this space, in our homes, in our communities, and that's what we need: culture change. That's what Turning the Tide tells us. That's what the Desmond Inquiry tells us. That's what these reports tell us. We need culture change. One of the suggestions, recommendations of Turning the Tide was epidemic level funding to meet the epidemic before us. And while there are commitments in this budget, almost none of them are new, and they are not enough. They are not enough. Double staffing is great. Increases in funding to transition houses is great. But those organizations also need money for outreach. We also need to be providing stable, consistent funding to organizations that help men with unprocessed trauma who become the perpetrators of gender-based violence. And the organizations that we have who are doing that are doing heroic work with very little funding and very little attention. We need epidemic level funding for gender-based violence prevention and interventions. That is the language of Turning the Tide, and that's at the core of the bill that we are debating today. But we shouldn't have to debate it. We should have it. Last year, the Transition Houses Association of Nova Scotia provided services for 4,500 women and children. And this is up by about 500 from the previous year. And I'll table that. And what we hear when we talk to these frontline providers is that there is a lot that is not actually captured in these statistics, that there are a number of people who they hear about or who they speak to who then can't engage with their programming, or because they don't want to become involved with the justice system, don't engage with their programming. This is why things like outreach are so important. In 2018, nearly 1/3 of Nova Scotian women and more than 1/5 of men reported experiencing physical and sexual assault committed by an intimate partner, and those statistics don't capture gender non-binary folks, but I'm sure they're high up in there. We know those statistics. And this is the highest rate of all provinces in Canada. And I was talking to someone this morning who's new to the province, who said to me, why? Why is it that Nova Scotia has the highest numbers in the country? And honestly, Madam Speaker, I couldn't answer that question. I can point to some things. I can point to the ways in which the social determinants of health impact this epidemic. I can point to the role that poverty plays. I can point to the role that insecure housing plays. I can point to the role that the inability to make ends meet for your family, unprocessed trauma, all of that. But we are not unique in any of that. We are, though, unfortunately unique in having been the province that suffered the worst mass casualty event in our nation. And after that happened, I was proud to join with a number of advocates and a number of people on all sides of this House to ensure that we had a full and robust inquiry that included a gendered lens, because we know that the perpetrator had a history of violence in his home, to make sure that it never happened again. And 4 years later, and in the last few months, 7 lives, and this is still happening. But the good news is we have a roadmap. We have the work of turning the tide. We have some of the folks who worked on that report with us in the gallery today. That's not easy work. That's work that creates a lot of secondary trauma. So thank you to the people who have put their voices and their lives into this work. What we know now is that the funding to date has been piecemeal. Many of the programs that my colleagues in the government listed during their remarks are grants. They're one-time grants to different organizations. And those grants are so challenging to administer. You have to hire people, you have to make relationships, you have to build trust, and then you don't know if the money is going to be there next time. This is why the stable core funding piece is so important, and that's why it's at the center of our bill. Part of our legislation would see the Minister of Health and Wellness establish a fund to support organizations with a mandate to address gender-based violence. We know that we need the minister in charge of the status of women to be at the center of this work. Justice is important, but I will tell you, when we talk to the frontline organizations, they say that justice is the most difficult department, not the staff, but the most difficult site of engagement for victims, for organizations, for everyone. Nobody wants to get there. So let's put the funding upstream. Let's keep people out of that space. Our fund would be based on a formula that ensures that organizations will have continuous core funding. That means that the organizations doing this work won't have to worry about where the money's coming from next year, or if they can continue doing that work. Imagine these folks are doing work with deeply traumatized folks. Trust is at the core of that work, and yet so often the conversation has to happen of, well, I might not see you next month. I might not have the capacity for that next year. We can do better than that, Madam Speaker. Our legislation would also mandate the minister to establish a community-based advisory body on gender-based violence to provide consultation and oversight on funding amounts. First voices. We hear that there is consultation, we hear that there is conversation, but it's not yet happening in a robust and coordinated way. We have so many organizations and survivors who are coming to us to say we want a meeting with government. We want government to come and speak at our rally. We want government to have us at the table. So we do our best. We write letters. We use our space here in the House to recommend it, but it's not happening yet. We don't need more studies, Madam Speaker. We don't need more back and forth. We know the problem and we know what needs to be done. The recommendations from the Mass Casualty Commission.
Order. Order. The time allotted for debate on this bill has elapsed pursuant to Rule 22. The debate is deemed to be adjourned. The hour is up. Order, 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 order. The hour is up. It started at 2:50 seconds. Yeah. I recognize the honorable host leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that concludes opposition business for the day.
Thank you.
No, I know.
I recognize the honorable host leader for government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank everybody that stood here today and spoke on this extremely important issue. Madam Speaker, with opposition business done, I'd like unanimous consent for a moment interruption and late debate before we begin government business.
There has been an ask for unanimous consent. Is it agreed? Agreed. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. It is agreed. NDP late debate, February 19th, 2025, MLA for Sackville-Cobequid. Whereas the Auditor General's report from June highlights the growing need to take urgent actions to address violence in our schools. Whereas the report showed that violence in schools increased by 60% over the past 7 years. Whereas over half of the educators and school support staff witness school violence on a weekly basis, and many have indicated that they have recently considered quitting because of violence in their workplace. Therefore, be it resolved, this government has not done enough to protect the working conditions of school staff and the learning conditions of students. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, I rise to address the issue of school violence. The epidemic levels of violence demand an epidemic response from this government, including devoting the fiscal resources to staff schools appropriately, providing training to staff and education to students, supply resources to families, and normalize occupational health and safety protocols and practices in Nova Scotia's public schools. Not only does this budget contain no substantive investments to address these critical needs, this government appears to believe that launching an updated policy is the magic wand that will make school violence disappear. Speaker, to be plain, the government's response to an issue this large with harms this widespread and profound cannot be limited to a policy rework and launch. Yesterday in question period, based on the Safe Staff, Safe Schools report prepared by CUPE Nova Scotia on behalf of over 5,000 school support staff, I drew attention to the stark reality of how commonplace violence is in our schools. School staff at large report witnessing or experiencing violence in their workplace at least once a week. Looking at this data through the eyes of teaching assistants, that frequency leaps alarmingly to 52% of teaching assistants who witness or experience violence on a daily basis. Yesterday, I asked the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development if he would confirm that the currently under development Provincial Code of Conduct for Students would fully implement the recommendations of the Auditor General's landmark 2024 report on school violence as a key step to enhanced accountability. Despite the minister's flowery response that school support staff can trust his government and its actions on their behalf, he offered no such confirmation. Further, the minister's comments reiterated the oft-repeated public stance of this government that the answer to the epidemic of school violence captured in the Auditor General's report is to implement an updated code of conduct by March of 2025. I want to be clear, not only as the official opposition's critic on public education, but also as a classroom teacher in Nova Scotia's classrooms since 2002, and the parent of 2 students that continue to learn in publicly funded public schools in this province, that I agree that an effective code of conduct has been missing in action for a very long time. It is encouraging to see this government moving to rework this policy as a component of addressing school violence. It's both long overdue and a valuable starting point. That said, policy alone always has been and always will be insufficient to address the issues that are systemic in nature. One of the challenges of developing good policy is that it often leaves out voices and perspectives that provide one-of-a-kind insight on what issues look and feel like, and ideas about how they can be addressed constructively, proactively, and effectively. Those on the ground in classrooms know that the government's recently announced cell phone policy was successful largely because of the wide inclusive scope of consultation that engaged frontline staff working in diverse roles. Given the success of engaging with frontline staff on policy development about cell phones, one would assume this government would follow a similar blueprint to inform the redevelopment of the student of conduct. Speaker, it strains all reason to report that this is not the case. Yesterday, despite his promises to school support staff, the minister failed to admit that the leadership of the unions representing school support staff have never been invited to provide input on school violence as part of redeveloping the code of conduct he promised would arrive in mere weeks. Speaker, I can tell you these leaders have made written requests to the minister to be able to share this input. Unless the minister has late-breaking plans we don't know about, this means the perspective of 5,000 school support staff has gone utterly disregarded throughout the update of this policy, despite its material interest to school support staff because of its impact on their working conditions and bodily and psychological safety every day they report to work. There are other glaring omissions in the minister's consultation process. Several organizations that advocate for systemic change to address the epidemic of gender-based violence in this province, such as Be the Peace Institute, a nonpartisan advocacy group pursuing solutions to gender-based violence through trauma-informed, culturally responsive approaches, have made written requests to the minister to present their input on a code of conduct that responds to gender-based and sexual violence in age-appropriate ways at all grade levels in public schools. As of the delivery of these remarks, the minister has neither responded to these requests nor granted them. While this House has heard this government's acknowledgement of gender-based violence as an epidemic, its non-response to advocates seeking to inform an updated code of conduct so that it meaningfully incorporates trauma-informed responses to gender-based and sexual violence in schools belies an inexcusable ambivalence as the number of Nova Scotian lives lost to this altogether preventable scourge grows by the month. Speaker, a rework of a policy as important as the school code of conduct demands that this government seek out and consider every perspective on violence. Sadly, the process it has followed to date falls gravely short of that mark. Speaker, school violence is a profoundly complex issue. Weapons arrive in Nova Scotia schools daily. The school I taught in experienced the brutal stabbing of 2 staff whose wounds were life-threatening and remain life-altering. Students raised in homes where violence and trauma are ingrained in everyday life means they exist in never-ending states of fight or flight. They carry this trauma into their classrooms, and for them, lashing out isn't about malice. It speaks to being locked in a fight just to live. The reality of inclusive education in Nova Scotia is that students with complex developmental needs inexcusably go without the direct support from teaching assistants and other support staff mandated by their individual program plans because inclusive education has never been properly funded in Nova Scotia. Staffing shortages in our schools mean learning center and resource teachers and school support staff are daily pulled from the delivery of inclusive education supports to cover classes because there just aren't enough bodies to make schools work. The students most affected by these realities can and do express their loss and frustration in physical ways that result in physical harm to peers and staff close enough to reach. The epidemic of youth mental health in every corner of this province means youth that can't access care or resources concentrated in Metro arrive at schools in heightened states of distress and despair. Many of these youth harm themselves or peers and staff when they can no longer bear up under the weight of their legitimate yet unsupported mental illnesses. Speaker, I don't have to tell anyone in this House that we live in times where hate is on the rise. Schools are a microcosm of our society at large and are not immune to the radicalization that has emboldened white supremacy, anti-Black, anti-Asian, anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, and myriad other forms of hate. There is no question that violence in schools is an echo of the violence of hate we witness with frightening regularity in broader society. Speaker, these remarks only begin to scratch the surface of the realities of school violence in our province. Without any update on the consultation process, it's unclear whether this government has taken the time to conceptualize violence in schools, taking into account that it is intersectional, complex, and systemic in nature. I say again that an updated code of conduct is a worthy and necessary venture, and the official opposition stands fully prepared to support the robust consultation necessary to ensure this policy takes fully into account the complexity of the issue and supports a plurality of response that addresses its root causes for students, staff, schools, and communities. That said, Speaker, while an updated code of conduct is long overdue, and an important foundation from which to address school violence, a policy alone is insufficient to address its root causes. This budget falls short in addressing school violence because it does not fund the development and implementation of a comprehensive strategy. It fails to fund an accessible, reliable reporting mechanism which is sorely needed to capture an accurate portrait of a systemic issue that allows decisions to be made with sound, relevant data. It fails to fund necessary training for school staff and education for students on the issue of violence. It fails to fund education entities to properly action and adhere to occupational health and safety legislation and protocols at every school site. This budget lets families down by failing to fund resources for them to support their children to be peaceful, respectful, and inclusive citizens and students. Speaker, an updated code of conduct is a needed step, one we applaud, but this budget demonstrates that all the government's eggs to address school violence are in one policy basket when it comes to addressing this epidemic, rather than approaching this epidemic with the vision and funding necessary to address it at its root. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Honored to get on my feet and talk about this important resolution, one that we support our colleagues from the NDP caucus in, and one that is, I'm sure, one that we all hear as MLAs across the province. I do want to recognize and thank, one of the opportunities we do have at home. As we meet regularly with the NSTU, they set up regular meetings with the local MLAs around topics that are important. They're wide-ranging, but this is one that in the last number of years has really been something that has really taken the lion's share of the conversation around safety in schools and safety for our staff that support our kids every day along their educational journey. Anytime we can have a conversation, and we've had emergency debates before in this House that many of us, regardless of what side of the House we've sat on, have promoted. And any time that we can have a conversation about the safety of our schools or anything with our schools, for that matter, we would support as a caucus. To some of the points that my colleague made, the teaching assistant one is one that really kind of hits home for me, as I have someone in my family who is one of the Learning Center teachers at home. We've seen across the board cuts to teachers and teaching assistants. So that is something that I think the government should actually fund more of moving forward. They play such an integral part in supporting our classrooms. They provide a lot of support to our resource teachers, and it's important. I do want to talk about as well the evolution of our school system over the years is pretty substantial when it comes to the environment that our teachers and our staff face each and every day. I would argue that has even been more amplified since COVID. since we saw the isolation plays an impact on people, and it plays an impact on I believe it has played a big impact on behaviors, and unfortunately some of that has flowed into our schools, and the more resources that we can provide to our schools around this, the better. You know, we talk about the code of conduct. That's something we support. It's something we look forward to seeing. You know, the government's going to have to really step up and fund what the recommendations are within that. But I also look at some of the things that have worked in the past as well that I think the government should look at when it comes to community policing, right? And this is something that we know that some of our schools have a presence in the schools, and provincial governments of the past have actually funded. And it's from a public safety perspective, but it's also from a community policing perspective. And you know, I look at it from that sense that, you know, we've had these members of the police community in our schools as a presence within the school that could act quickly in the event of danger. They're on site, but most importantly, they built relationships with students. They built relationships within their communities, and you know, we all have great examples of that in our communities. I think that that's something that should be fully funded, looked at within our middle schools and our high schools. Something that the government has actually funded in the past. And I don't have the breakdown of what schools may have that now, but I think that is something consistently that we could do outside of looking at, which I'll get into in a minute, around core funding for great organizations that exist in our community. But I would be a big supporter of bringing a police officer into our schools, something that the government should fund provincially or at a federal level. It's been done in the past. It still may be done in some capacity now, but it's about community policing. It's about building relationships within the student body. It's about being able to help identify with experts and great organizations on the ground potential problems that may arise. So if I can provide anything in that debate, I think that that's something important. That is an important investment that government could make now, working with local police agencies to say, you know what, the concept of community policing within our schools and within our school community is something that not only brings a public safety perspective, but it also brings a real level of not only support in community policing in the sense that the police officers that have done exceptional work in communities across the province within our school systems do, but also it brings a level of comfort and a level, I shouldn't say, maybe comfort's not the right word, but it brings a new relationship between the student and our local law enforcement. You know, there's lots of stories that I've heard. I had the privilege of being the police commission chair for the CBRM many years ago. We worked with the schools. We had officers in our schools. It wasn't about, you know, and again, it's not just about law and order. It's about building those relationships with local law enforcement. Students had somewhere to go if they had an issue. If there was something on site that happened that happened all of a sudden, there was a presence there. There was quick communication, and I think that that's something that we can look at. When it comes to and there's various, you know, we've heard a number of examples around violence in schools and some of the root causes of that. And there are great organizations in communities, whether it's through our transition houses when it comes to gender-based violence, whether it's through you know, our youth clubs at home that play a very integral role outside of the school hours, which I want to congratulate. There's some really great ones. We all know those examples. They want to come into the schools. They have the expertise to come into the schools, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel in many cases. I think the important thing is that if we have the funding mechanism there, and this is the stuff that I'll be looking for as we move forward. They want to go into the schools. They're there to support students. Let's find the best way for that to happen. They are willing to do that work. They do that work every day outside of the school system as it is. So I just think that there are some great opportunities that we can help to support our staff and our teachers who have told me some pretty heavy stories about some situations that where their lives have been in danger. It is a huge it's a huge toil on their mental health, on their physical health, and ultimately we're losing people who, you know, have made it their career decision because they love supporting our children, they love to teach, that's their life passion, and they've left the profession because they just felt like the support wasn't there. And that's really unfortunate. So I think, as I said, you won't be able to solve it overnight. There are some things that the government is going to present in the very near future when it comes to the code of conduct, and I know many stakeholders have been involved with that. So, you know, we'll be watching that closely. I think the school support staff, especially in the teaching assistant area, that needs to change. You're seeing gaps. I use Cape Breton as an example. We've seen a decrease in teaching assistants over the last number of years in Cape Breton. That is probably happening across the board. So that's something to keep in mind as the government's making decisions. You know, working on defined protocols within schools. That would be part of, I would suspect, the code of conduct and working consistently with schools. But in my last minute and 30 seconds, I go back to what worked. And it wasn't, nothing will be perfect in this, but I just remember a time when the government worked closely with law enforcement agencies on the concept of community policing. It was something that my friend, Miles Burke, who was a former chief of police, he's no longer with us, but he focused so heavily on this and worked with all of the schools within the community to build that relationship of trust between law enforcement and our students. And as I said, there's the Cape Bretoners in here who are MLAs have great examples of police officers in their community who have stepped up for decades and made it their career to work closely with the schools, offices in the schools. Part of, hey, listen, you know, when the time comes, they have to, you know, present that law and order, but they build those relationships with kids. And that ultimately the kids will trust law enforcement instead of looking at them as an impediment. And I can tell you, just in my own local office, having those officers involved with the school system in that role has saved lives. Kids built a relationship, they felt comfortable, they could trust police. And that's what we want. And I thank all the officers out there that do this work each and every day. And I hope that as you move forward, these are the things that I want you to consider when you're building your budget.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank both members for their words. Madam Speaker, there were a few things that were said that some I'm going to address, some I'm not, but there are things that I do take offense to, and one of the things was saying how this is flowery and it's just words. Well, Madam Speaker, it isn't just words. To imply that there's no consultation is not true, and I think it's rich for the NDP, or the official opposition. Today, we've heard it over and over and over. Slow down, go fast. Slow down, go fast. You're not doing enough, you're doing too much. You're not doing too much. So, Madam Speaker, we are spending time with the experts. We are trying to encapsulate every voice possible. To say that we're not working with the NSTU is flat out not true. I have personally met with the NSTU. To say that they're not being consulted and that the minister isn't meeting with them is simply not true. Simply not true. There's been phone calls, text messages, face-to-face meetings, Madam Speaker. In fact, I went to the provincial meeting of the provincial union meeting and was told I was the only minister they could remember that's ever done that. And I sat around the table with over 100 union representatives and took questions. And we talked about this issue. And I'm glad that the member is passionate about this, because I remember when he was president of the NSTU and I met with him and he did not bring this up. Madam Speaker, he did not bring this up with me when I went to the NSTU head office and sat in a room with him. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, It is offensive to all the work that's being done by students, by parents, by school associations, by the NSTU, by PSANS, by the LGBTQI community, by the Indigenous community, by the African Nova Scotian community, that someone would stand here and say that this policy is flowery. That my words when I referred to the policy is flowery, Madam Speaker. That these are just words. What these words are going to do is turn into action, Madam Speaker. Action for our teachers, for our support staff, which we value, Madam Speaker. We value. And to say there's nothing in this budget, it's clear to me that the members haven't read the budget. 350 new positions. The ability to implement the Code of Conduct. We are working with universities, and there's announcements day after day where universities, our post-secondary institutions are stepping up to create more avenues into education. We know that one episode or one incident of violence is too much. I'm a father of 3. My children go to school. And for a member to stand on their feet and act like I don't care and that I'm just giving platitudes is offensive. Because my kids go to that school, to school. I have friends who are in the education system. We are meeting with the people that will make the change and the people that know what's going on the ground. We're not pulling this out of thin air. We have to have the conversations in order to be informed. I'm not going to stand here and act like I'm the expert on all of this. That's why you surround yourself with people who know. That's why you talk to CUPE. That's why you talk to the NSTU. That's why you talk to PSANS. That's why you talk to as many groups as you can. And that's what we've done. And for anyone to say that we're not doing that is either ill-informed or just being political. We have said that this Code of Conduct is coming out in March, Madam Speaker. We've talked about schools, the safety of schools, and the root causes, and I'm glad the member brought up the root causes, because it was his party that voted against the lunch program. It was his party that voted against the breakfast program. It was his party that voted against income assistance increases. And I could go on and on and on. And there is massive investment, historic investments in our schools and our staff and our post-secondary in this budget, including an extension and the continuous rollout of the very successful lunch program. And I'll bet my Honda Civic versus his BMW that he's going to vote against it. They're going to vote against it. I'm just joking. I was being cheeky, Madam Speaker. I was being cheeky. I apologize. But Madam Speaker, I will guarantee you that that party will vote against this budget. They will vote against this budget. But then they'll do what they always do, which I see their videos online where they're saying, we brought in the lunch program, look what we did. How can you say you're doing that when you're voting against it? I saw the videos, Madam Speaker.
Order.
I would ask that I give the member from Sackville-Cobequid.
Order. Wait. I said order. Order. That is true. Each member so far has had the chance to speak without interruptions. I have let quite a bit go. Now, let's get back on track. Let's give the Speaker the respect by listening to what they have to say, no matter who they are. I recognize the Minister of Education.
I wish I had an hour, Madam Speaker, but I'm sure the member and I will get to know each other quite well during estimates, and I look forward to that. Madam Speaker, all this aside, I'm going to tell the member what some of the things that the updated policy will do. It will give clear instructions on addressing incidents in the school. Clear, very clear instructions. It will give updated categories of incidents and tracking monitoring responsibilities. So we will be tracking incidents in school and addressing them head on. And the member's right. We do, he did mention training. This is specifically going to address that. There is going to be professional learning to accompany the updated policies, the rules, the regulations, what they can and cannot do. So for anyone to stand here and say we're not listening, we are listening. We are listening. And I want to thank the support staff, the administrators, and the teachers for sometimes a thankless job. But I will let them know that they have a minister who is very thankful. They have a government that is very thankful of the job they do. And we're going to, and no matter what anyone says in this House, I'm going to continue to meet with the unions. I'm going to continue to meet with PSANs. I'm going to continue to meet with everybody I can to help create the most informed decisions we can when it comes to the education system. We need to listen to our frontline workers, and we are listening to our frontline workers. The former Minister of Education did an exceptional job with that, and that member... And that member should know that. She was meeting with locals. She was going in and meeting with locals. And started the code of conduct. So to say that the local voices are not being heard, aside from sitting in their living room and, pulling up a bed beside them at night, that minister did just about everything she could, and I'm going to continue to do that. She blazed a trail, she set the example, and I'm going to continue to do that. We want to hear from our teachers. We want to hear from our support staff. We know their job is difficult. I get frustrated, angry, and mad when I hear incidents of violence. So when the code of conduct comes out, we will make sure that it's implemented, that our staff feel supported. I will have direct conversations with whoever wants to have that conversation with me to ensure that we do everything in our power to make sure not just our staff are safe, but the students are safe, everybody's safe, because nobody should go into a school and ever, ever feel threatened, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Order. We have now reached the moment of interruption. The notice of the topic for the adjournment debate. Sorry. We have now reached the end of the debate. I wish to thank all the members who participated in the adjournment debate this evening. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, everybody, for that educational and great debate. Madam Speaker, would you please call order of business government motions? Government motions. Madam Speaker, would you please call Resolution 4, respecting the referral of estimates?
Resolution 4, I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Sable Island with 47 minutes remaining in the official opposition's response to the budget address.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise again to raise further questions and concerns about the proposed 2025-2026 provincial budget. The government is presenting a budget that contains an incredible amount of spending, with little to address the issues we hear from Nova Scotians in the last election campaign, in our constituency offices, and through email and by phone. We have great concerns about the transparency of their spending, and we'll talk a bit about why that's important. So I wanted to start actually with the tax measures. So the reduction in taxes, I know the aim is to have stimulus, right? So to have stimulus in personal spending and household spending, and to have stimulus for small businesses. And what I'm concerned about, what we're concerned about, is that without having some of the other structural fixes, so without having truly affordable housing being available in this province, without other affordability measures, that in fact the reduction of HST will not do much for folks who are lower or middle income. They will not see a great difference in their household budgets, and they will not feel that impact on their quality of life that I think this is aimed at. As well, speaking to small businesses, in fact, the small business tax rate has been the highest in the country, so ideally this would promote stimulus, and raising the amount of taxable income is important too. But I have to say that in all my meetings with small businesses and with associations and the chamber, there's other issues that people are actually quite a bit more concerned about. So things like the cost of rent and the ability to afford rent. Folks are concerned about the recent changes in planning that eliminate the requirement for commercial space on the bottom buildings. So basically there's a lot of concerns, and when I've met with all of the business improvement districts in HRM, their main concerns are around safety and access to other types of support. So, I guess, are these tax measures enough to make a difference for Nova Scotians? Are these tax measures enough to make a difference for small businesses in Nova Scotia? And in this time of economic uncertainty, in fact, March 4th is looming. Even if the threat of tariffs doesn't come to fruition on March 4th, we know that we're in for many years at this point of economic threats and instability from the United States. So, are these enough to actually make a difference if folks are worried about paying their bills? We've been talking a bit about this in the session about the spending on housing. So, yes, the investments, I think I said this previously, the investments in public housing are welcome, but they're just really a drop in the bucket. And I have to say again that we could have eliminated this housing crisis from 2021 onwards. We could reduce the crisis now by implementing real rent control. This is something that government could do very quickly if protecting renters was a priority. We need to look at removing the abuse of the fixed-term lease loophole that with the rent cap has really destabilized the rental market. That's certainly something that I've seen and that we hear about all the time in our constituencies where, we've talked about this quite a lot, but where landlords want to be able to raise the rent in units past the 5% cap, and so they move all their tenants onto fixed-term leases. There are certainly, there are some potential areas where fixed-term leases are needed, but the majority of leases on fixed term is not stabilizing the rental market. This government asked for and got a report on establishing a compliant and enforcement branch within residential tenancies. We still don't see that in this budget. And as we were talking about in terms of building, truly affordable units, we think that we would need to look at some sort of, really generational build in terms of, looking at working with organizations that do prefab, flat pack construction that's made right here in Nova Scotia. Like, how can we do kind of like the wartime effort of building people affordable homes that they can buy now and that they can stay in? The other issues that we're concerned about, so we are concerned about the access of folks living with gender-based violence or living in situations of violence and their access to safety and their access to shelter. So, I've been on various boards of organizations and I'm no longer on the front lines, but we listen to folks on the front lines. And so organizations like Add Some House and others have repeatedly described the types of barriers that folks are facing in this current housing crisis when they want to be able to leave a situation of violence and there just isn't shelter and there just isn't a secure a home for them to go to. And so people make decisions because they're worried about like losing their kids if they're not in a perceived safe or stable housing situation. So we need to be really thinking about supporting folks who have immediate housing needs. I'm also interested to learn more about the new public housing and the percentage that would be accessible. So we have, in Nova Scotia, we have the largest percentage of residents living with a disability issue over all other provinces and territories. And the last numbers from this Nova Scotia government say that 38% of Nova Scotia residents are living with some kind of disability. So that would be about, almost 450,000 people who have a disability and still require housing. So, what are we doing on the path to 2030 in terms of ensuring that folks with disabilities have access to housing that works for them? We talked a bit about earlier today about the real need to work with the nonprofit housing sector and with community organizations to build truly affordable, long-term affordable housing, co-ops as well. The budget announces the rebate of the provincial HST for new purpose-built rental housing, but we just don't see this as an affordability measure. It doesn't distinguish between profit and nonprofit proponents. We need to do more that directly supports the nonprofit housing sector. And, when I look at, my own riding, we have there are 2 public seniors manors, and there's also a seniors co-op. And I would say that, based on spending lots of time with residents of all of them, that the quality of life and the stability offered by the cooperative model greatly outweighs the public housing model, so we need to see more care and maintenance there. But also just, offers people the ability to stay within their community as they age. Cooperative housing, this is where we see long-term, 30, 40 years of affordable rent and stability for people to live their lives. So we've also talked about, really wanting to see and have made apparent the investments in the healthcare budget that are actually going to result in greater attachment to primary care. So, one of my questions is, where are the investment in collaborative care clinics? Why don't we have a target for how many we want to establish in the province in the coming year or the coming 3 years? We know that folks, that there's still a lot of people, a lot of Nova Scotians, too many Nova Scotians, who are waiting on the wait list. And certainly I don't always think that everyone who doesn't have primary care is actually on that wait list sometimes. I know that there's been, the government talks about a reduction in the wait list, but that was after it doubled under this government. So it's good that the trend is downwards, but if more attention had been paid, we wouldn't have had to climb down so far. We've asked some questions about the plan to hire new doctors. Okay, so how many net doctors? What's our retention plan? What are we offering that's different? So other jurisdictions like BC are offering, different salary agreements that have proven to be quite successful in attracting and retaining family physicians. So, what are we doing differently? How are we going to retain people when they get here? I think in terms of other allied healthcare professionals, we also don't see, a lot of the intent. And I would say too that, so part of the challenge this year in the budget process is, of course, that departments didn't write individual plans. So, we met with a number of stakeholders last night to look at the budget, and people talked about the accessibility of the budget documents. So really, instead of having, a departmental plan for Department of Health where we could understand, where the investments were, we have the overall estimates book, and we have a very high-level government business plan. So I would just say that it's very hard for us and for stakeholders to really understand where the investments are. I'll close that parenthesis. And so things like, we want to know more about the Menopause Center of Excellence. And I will say I asked the Department of Health on budget day some questions about funding for that. And I was told there was no new funding in place for the Menopause Center of Excellence. So, even if this is in the planning stage, it begs a question of how real is this commitment? What are the goals this year? What are the outcomes? Without a departmental business plan, we have no idea how this project is going to advance. And given the types of delays and restrictions and complications in terms of accessing women's health at the IWK, in particular for endometriosis, but also for prenatal and postnatal care, I also worry about whether or not, where is the system capacity to support the Center of Excellence. All of these things are good ideas, but they can't just be an idea, and they can't be divorced from the reality of staffing pressures and access pressures. We've talked a lot today about access to contraception. I understand that maybe there's this narrative emerging about us wanting people to go fast or go slow, and we can't quite choose the speed. It is true that sometimes when deals are made, sole source contracts, maybe not even the contract, just an agreement, and money goes out the door to different providers, yes, we often feel that is probably too fast sometimes. We want to know that we're getting value for money. On other issues like contraception, there's federal money on the table, and the business case and the health case for access to contraception is pretty clear. We are also very hopeful that we would see universal access to PrEP in this budget. We don't see it, and we'd like to understand why. We're also very concerned about reproductive and sexual health care access in Cape Breton, so abortion access being a primary one, but also, pre and postnatal care. And, in terms of thinking about allied health professionals, again, we still didn't hear anything in this budget about supporting midwives in Nova Scotia. So right now, 16% of babies are going to the unattached newborn clinic, which is kind of great because I share space with my family doctor, and so I get to see really cute babies all the time. But it's not so great for the families, right? So it's not a permanent attached place for their babies. I certainly meet lots of people who are like, I don't know when this sort of attachment ends, where do we go next? How do we track our child's development? Midwives could be a part of this solution. This is what midwives do, pre and postnatal care, and they care for babies. And so, we don't have standardized postnatal care in this province. I won't go into all the health benefits of good prenatal and postnatal care, but we continue to ignore folks like midwives who are here and available to help make things better for Nova Scotians. We've asked questions about this today too, around take-home HPV screening, take-home Pap tests, take-home other self-testing abilities. So again, we have an access problem. We don't have enough physicians. We don't have enough other healthcare workers. The Sexual Health Center here in Halifax, regularly on the 1st or 2nd of each month announces that all the appointments are gone for the month. We need to make this easier for people, and the technology exists, and I think that people will be very interested in being able to do this in their own homes, and would probably undertake testing more regularly and more consistently. I just wanted to address, because we've been talking about this today, the funding that's alluded to or perceived to be in the budget. So again, on budget day, we saw some reference to $100 million for gender-based violence. And so I spoke to the folks at Opportunities in Social Development, and I spoke to the folks at Justice to understand, was this new funding, or was it really just a continuation of the announcements? And honestly, I have a spreadsheet, and it's a continuation of what has already been invested. So I really don't understand. Two departments told me that there's no new money. And when I talked to Justice about the gender-based violence unit, They also told me that it's no new, like it's 5 FTEs, but there's no new FTEs, and there's no new funding attached for that division to make investments in their work. So I would just suggest, like, we're bringing forward the information that we have access to. Again, in the absence of government business plans, this is, we follow the process set out where we call, departments and talk to deputies and communication folks. So if that's not true, I'd be happy to walk through with the minister the spreadsheet that I have here about the expenditures that have taken place this year, what's planned for next year, and it's the same. And then, obviously, as I said before, we're very excited to have conversations about economic development in this province and to talk about the economic health of this province. This has been a gap since 2021 in terms of thinking about how to move this province forward. We are going to be asking questions. We've talked about, the need for a business case. So there's issues around social license, there's issues around environmental concerns, and then there's simply the issue around the business case. So, particularly thinking about things like critical minerals and uranium and fracking, like, I don't know that we probably don't know very much about how much we have, but even, like, will we be competitive in the global market? In uranium, Saskatchewan produces, a huge amount, really fulfilling the domestic need and a great deal of the global market in terms of uranium production. I don't know that we're going to be able to catch up and get any part of that global market. Is there really any benefit? Like, how much do we have, and is it going to make a real difference for people? I guess, when I look at the past history of resource extraction in this province, it didn't lead to many individuals or communities experiencing prosperity. In fact, this is where we have the company houses, we have a legacy of environmental racism and environmental disasters that are not cleaned up, that communities have to fight for years and then become very expensive liabilities for government. So, we're going to be asking lots of questions, and we're going to be working with stakeholders to listen and to get their questions as well. And there was some reference, I think, in the budget speech around, the need to play our part as global citizens. So, we can do that. We can access resources from other parts of the world and demand that and work towards areas where they are in fact produced in ethical ways. So it's not an either-or choice. That's a false dichotomy. So I think the framework around this discussion needs to acknowledge the complexities and needs to engage Nova Scotians in that conversation. I did ask the Minister of Natural Resources today about the situation where the private landowner did not want to grant access to a mining company. And while I understand that the parties agreed to go to mediation, that doesn't necessarily mean that the landowner agreed to the access. This is like completely two different things. The landowner did not agree to the access. The landowner is not happy about the access, and I will find the article to table on that. But sure, they went to mediation. That's not the same thing. I've been looking at our past uranium inquiry from the 1980s, and this was actually a huge issue in Nova Scotia, right? So folks were having, people come to do exploration on their property, like their property that they own, and their property rights were being completely disregarded. And that was actually a huge part of what was considered in the uranium inquiry that was undertaken in the 1980s. And I kid you not, I was just reading that section when the story popped up about this landowner in Yarmouth County. So, like, we're repeating our history, and I would encourage people to seek out, the true story of what happened in terms of, that issue in Nova Scotia over the years, and consider, in the light of today's factors and environments. In the budget, there's an allocation of $500,000 for the critical mineral strategy, and I guess I would say that if this is that almost seems like, what are we going to do with that $500,000? Like, what's it going to bring forward in terms of information? So obviously we'll have a chance to ask the minister in estimates a bit about what the plan is for that money. But if this, I guess I would just say that, you know, the faster, slower accusation, but if this is the big deal, if this is like, you know, what's going to save us, I'm not sure that $500,000 to implement a strategy is exactly signaling that this is a priority for the government, or, you know, really enabling it in any realistic way. In terms of economic development, I see reference to a trade action plan. Would love to hear more about that. I see reference to things around incubators and hubs, and I definitely saw the investment to Cove. But, you know, the question really is, like, what are the other sectors that need investment? You know, and again, Cove, I think, was also $500,000. So again, does that match the needs and costs of the types of investments they need for the types of really, you know, innovative research they do in the blue economy? And there's other issues that we need to resolve to advance economic development. So we did benefit from an influx and a growth of population during the pandemic, but, you know, we're still restricted. We still face barriers for folks to settle where they want to because of access to world-class cellular and internet access in every nook and cranny in this province. Investments continue in this area, but this needs to be achieved ASAP. I also didn't see, again, much reference to transportation. This has become a critical issue. So in HRM, with the recent population growth, I mean, this was one of the key topics on the doorstep during the election. And I will say in 2021, I mean, I guess lots of people were still working from home. We were just coming out of COVID and all that sort of thing, but that's not what people were saying. But people were like, number one, you know, transportation / traffic / ability to move around. And I know that this is not just an HRM issue. I know that this is an issue around public transportation in Sydney to unlock people's ability to work and study. And I also think it's a really important issue in rural areas. So, you know, we're investing in roads, and that's part of the equation. But we also have, you know, we have a large rural population, but we're also the most densely populated rural population, if that makes sense. So the ability to build transportation networks is there. And many communities have done so, right? So like King's Transit, Musco, you know, all of these that have really just like, listen, we need to be able to like move around our community some way without privately owning cars. So they've done that work, but I really think we're a small province, we're a small jurisdiction, and actually we're not that isolated from one another throughout the province. So we need to crack the code on rural transportation. I've heard rumors that perhaps the report from the Joint Regional Task Force or Transportation Agency won't be released to the public. That would be a shame. Hopefully we'll hear more about that during this session. And then in other areas, so, you know, there's an investment to the MOST program. And again, you know, I've talked about the issues around, is it scoped the right way to attract diverse participants, diverse employees? Also, we've heard lots and lots from unions and from workers about folks finding the whole process too complicated and hard to access, and people actually giving up on it. So I guess, you know, what we really want to see through this investment is also more investment in coordination and collaboration and support for people to apply and to really make use of this program. And then we also saw a major investment in Nova Scotia Loyal. And I did ask the department again, so like, what's that money for? And you know, it's to continue what's being done. And I guess, so if that's the case, so we're gonna like provide marketing tags and, you know, in grocery stores and whatever else that program's been doing. So we know the output. So we know the money's been spent. We can probably count how many stickers have been sent out and how many people have registered. So those are the outputs. that tells you nothing about the effectiveness of the program. So what are the outcomes? Is this program actually supporting the really transformative change for local producers, farmers, manufacturers, and is it making a difference for Nova Scotians who want to access local goods? So, we need to see more about the outcomes of this program. I would also suggest that the budget remains quite silent on agriculture investments. Consistently, this sector has a series of priorities for supporting, greater self-reliance and greater sustainability in this sector. And I think if we're worried about being local and having access to local products, here is an area where I think we could all agree. So, farmers and producers really need access to manufacturing and processing capacity. So right now, there's just too much of our harvest, too much of our products that we can only access for a short period of time during the year. And this is a problem for us as consumers. It's a problem for farmers who would love to have, not 80% of your income from 3 months of the year, but a 12-month income where you were, having ways to have your products in stores and going to customers all year long. So, that's clearly a huge priority. And I think as well, the sector's been pretty clear on issues around more predictable funding, so not in response to issues, but the type of funding that allows people to plan. So even some of the responsive funding that was administered in the last year, I was talking to vegetable farmers who in June hadn't heard if they were getting any funding. So, the decision-making about what you're going to put in the ground and how much of it happened a few months prior to that. So, like, the type of funding actually wasn't helpful to a lot of farmers. So we need to think about doing that differently. And I'm just wondering where the food and beverage strategy is. So, it's been promised. There were consultations. There was a what we heard document. And now there's kind of silence. So I'm really curious about how that's disappeared off of the work plan for this government. I think, folks in the sector were really excited about this. And so it is very disappointing that I think it's all but disappeared. And it certainly wasn't funded in this budget. I do want to just touch base on education, and I appreciate the minister's words earlier about additional funding to support inclusive education and to create schools that are free from violence for everyone. Again, spoke to the department. I was told there was no new funding. So, and I was told there was no new funding to support the implementation and actions against school violence. That's what I was told. And so if that means that the new funding is actually wrapped up in people, I'm not sure we're getting to the crux of the issue. So we know that our educators are overwhelmed. They're dedicated, they do amazing work. But if for instance, this tracking and monitoring is about them taking on additional responsibilities, I'm not sure that that's going to get us where we want to be. And actually, I also really want to think about, again, like their root causes. So again, we've talked about gender-based violence as an epidemic in this province. We really need to start thinking about, we need curriculum from P to 12. We need, the types of supportive environments. At one point we had a real commitment to restorative justice and restorative approaches in Nova Scotia schools. I saw that work amazingly well at the school that my children attended when they were much smaller, in terms of reducing the amount of conflict in the school. And again, that program seems to all but be abandoned. So, we've done some good things in the past, and we need to start looking at those again. And I also, we also need to hear about the guidelines to support trans and gender diverse students. So again, there's been consultations, but community hasn't seen them. We don't have a timeline, and there aren't additional investments. And so some of the things that we thought about in that, in the stakeholders and young people and teachers wanted to see in that, those guidelines, was a commitment to developing curriculum. That takes money, and infrastructure. And again, that's money. So, it is like the principles are important, but so is the action through the budget. I would just say, too, in terms of advanced education, so I know there was a major announcement in the post-secondary sector today. And I would say this is also a sector that's, in turbulent times has also been through its own turbulent time in terms of reduction of numbers of international students, as well as a really unclear path set out by this government. So, over the past 3 to 4 years, it's been like, tell us about your governance structures, tell us about this. Okay, actually, we're not going to do an MOU. Okay, everybody's going to have individual agreements. Okay, we're only going to have maybe 10 months to 1 year long individual agreements. So, just to say that has taken its toll on the sector. And we really do, universities and colleges need to be able to meet their sustainability and accessibility goals of this province. We need all Nova Scotians who want to be students to be able to access any program in any location. And students need to see signs of what Nova Scotia is doing to make it easier to study in Nova Scotia. I obviously have a lot of students in my riding. I think I have 5 universities. So I talk to lots of folks about this. And students are like, I'm not making this up, but day after day, when I'm out in that neighborhood in particular, I will talk to students, at least one each day, who says, I would not have come here to study if I had known it was going to be so expensive for tuition, so hard to find housing, and and they've been really the victim of the fixed term lease loophole and that sort of thing. So, students, instead of being our next generation and coming to Nova Scotia, exploring it through post-secondary and then wanting to stay, students are leaving either they're midway through their degrees because they're like, I can live in downtown Toronto cheaper and do online courses. I'm not staying here, or they're not going to stay in the long term. So we really, we need stability. We need, we need to deal with our tuition issue. We have the highest tuition in the country. We need to increase bursaries, and even within the student assistance program, we need an overall increase in the amount that is accessible for folks. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that I didn't see funding for in the budget that I think is really important. So things like a poverty reduction strategy, the Child and Youth Commissioner, funding for the 2S LGBTQIA+ action plan. Again, I appreciate the minister's supportive words about the importance of that, but I won't use the word flowery, but if it's just an action plan, it doesn't have any money, then it's hard to see how it will make a difference. And we haven't heard a lot about the path to 2030 in terms of our commitments to accessibility, which again require pretty transformative investments across sectors. So there's lots more to go through. We'll have the chance in estimates. I do want to talk about financial management. So, it is true, just for the new members, I'm just going to take us back. It is true that in 2010, the Finance Act was updated, and that was under an NDP government. That is absolutely true. I was also working in the Department of Finance at the time, and I can tell you that we took the best available information we could find across jurisdictions to update the Act. Prior to that update, the Act was actually a bit of a mess. It had just been, people had just tagged little bits here and there onto it. So it was an update. It was it was what we thought would work best. And at that time, the provisions, particularly for additional appropriations, seemed adequate. And I would say that they were under the NDP government, because we barely used that extra budgetary spending. And even under the Liberal government, there wasn't a great deal of extra budgetary spending. And when you look at it, say in 2020, when we had a pandemic, the details in the order in council are there in terms of understanding what was being spent. Not 1.6 billion, not 1.3 billion, not 29 million to this department and 7 million to that department. Actual information so that citizens and their elected officials could understand what money was being spent where and why. Why was it an urgent issue that had to happen out of budgetary spending? So we do have great concerns about how budgeting is currently happening. I think it is this government has refused to consider bringing Nova Scotia into line with other jurisdictions. We know that we're really the only jurisdiction that there is no accountability measure. And other provinces and territories are able to respond to emergent issues. They're able to respond to emergencies, even with those accountability measures in place. So, you know, we are concerned about this. The contingency fund in the current provincial budget. So, so that fund is there to allow the province to borrow more if, due to tariffs or other economic uncertainties, there's a need for the province to have access to more money. So that actually seems like a reasonable approach in an uncertain economic environment. So, you know, like it's made clear that there's $200 million sitting there that the government might go to the markets for. But it's hard to take that $200 million seriously in the face of extra budgetary spending, which year over year has been, as I said, like 1.6 billion, 1.3 billion. And, you know, I think hopefully we don't know how the contingency fund will be accessed and under what conditions. So I hope the Financial Measures Act will provide details of this so that Nova Scotians can track how if that money is accessed and how it's spent, even if there'll be like $1 billion on the side that we can't track, we don't have debate about. The debt is increasing. I think we need to be concerned about the net debt to GDP ratio. So this government has set sort of a guidepost of a net GDP ratio of 40%. And if you look at the fiscal plan, the budget, by the end of the 4 years, we're at 39.8%. So it's true, you didn't hit 40%, but you did actually like just about hit 40%. And I think, you know, the extra budgetary spending, the accumulation of net debt, and increased debt serving costs, especially in this climate of uncertainty, is really concerning. So when I look at, you know, net debt to GDP ratio that keeps increasing, that's really close to the bar that, you know, our Department of Finance has determined is an important measure. But yet, you know, we face a very uncertain future. So our assumptions around the budget, you know, will likely change. So, you know, and for us in the NDP, our concern, of course, is that we're not seeing the marker move enough on the things that matter to Nova Scotians. So we're not seeing enough progress in terms of attachment to primary care. We're not seeing enough movement to families and people having access to safe and secure homes. And so if we don't have the GDP growth that's been estimated, if there are other factors that limit the growth of our economy, and we're taking on debt and we're not making things better, then we can't, you know, we can envision a world where in 4 years we have a bit of a mess. So we still have a housing crisis. We still have people who don't have access to primary care. We owe a bunch of money, and it'll get more expensive to pay it back. So, you know, this is a really live issue, and, you know, I think this is something that, you know, we need to be talking about and really considering. I think that, you know, when we look at this budget, you know, so budget decision making is not an easy process. I've been in it at like the departmental level. I've been in it like the sort of government level. And I would acknowledge that this is an increasingly uncertain time. This is a more difficult time than normal to be building budgets. Is this the budget that Nova Scotia needs right now? It's really not clear. If things change radically on March 4th, I'm not sure this is the budget that's going to help people pay the bills, that's going to help businesses survive, that's going to get people into the homes that are safe and secure. And so we look forward to discussing more of the departmental investments during estimates. Thank you.
I now recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect to respond to the budget address.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so here we are with another budget session and another projected deficit. This time nearly a $1 billion deficit. And that even surprised me how much more spending this government is adding. This is not a pro-growth budget. This is a continuing of the growth of government budget. And we are just starting to see how dangerous it really is to run these perpetual deficits with no recession. And this government even knows that a future recession could be coming. And that is exactly why they're setting up the $200 million contingency fund. However, they are already in deficit before they may have to borrow from future generations, with $700 million more in structural costs not associated with potential tariff threats. Of course, they could have put some focus on the economy during their last term, but they have instead waited for President Trump's actions to talk about the economy. The fact is, our economy could be stronger. And without question, our finances could be stronger. It is always a matter of when a recession hits our province, not if. And there hasn't been a government, certainly in recent memory, that has been in the enviable fiscal position that they were in at the first term. But instead, that government allowed the increase of structural spending during the best of times. Under this government, we have been growing in terms of our appropriations, but we haven't been growing in terms of our economy. In the past 3 budgets, the growth of spending has gone up by 32%. With this projection, 37%. In those same 3 years, our GDP growth has been 7.6%. And that lack of alignment has nothing to do with the Trump administration or any other geopolitical event. Their ratio of spending is outpacing the economy 4-to-1. When this government talks about growth, remember that the only thing growing in this province is the government itself. The growth of government compared to the estimates from just the last budget is $1 billion. And if you look at history in the last 3 budgets, I'm willing to prognosticate that they're going to spend another $500 million in additional appropriations. I think that's a fair bet. We can check answer a year from now and we'll see. Again, not because of anything happening south of the border. If it was, why did they spend an additional $3.7 billion in the last 3 years alone? No recession, no economic emergency, no tariff war, $3.7 billion. Some of this financial capacity could have been used to make our tax system more competitive for foreign investment and position us as a pro-growth province. They chose big government spending, which has been crowding out the private sector, taking resources away from the rest of the economy. So under this second term Conservative government, we have an economy that has the second lowest productivity in North America, the lowest GDP growth, which hasn't been that way since 2006. Guess who was in government then? The lowest household consumption per capita, last place in Canada for non-residential investment, second last for research and development, last in international exports. These are the key performance indicators of the economy. The government has been spinning its wheels by simply funding services more with a pot of money that isn't growing by that same trajectory. We need an economy here that matches our ambitions. After the first almost 4 years of an economic strategy of wrapping trucks with Nova Scotia Loyal and a tax break for just some people working in trades, they say the solution is to focus now narrowly on public's natural resources and castigate all of those and label them all as special interest groups for simply having some questions around it. And that question was not put in any way during the last election. That would have been actual courage. The government wants you to believe that the cause of being a have-not province is that corporations cannot simply come in here and undertake certain activities because regulations are getting in the way. Well, I want to remind members opposite that regulatory reductions have been getting the top grades in this province ever since 2018. What has changed markedly is that this government has little to no concern with spending within its own means, with a higher percentage of revenue coming from Ottawa than past governments ever had. This budget shows that growth now almost 40%. 37% of the revenue this province is taking in, total aggregate revenue, is from transfers. The federal transfers are slowing down, and this has happened before to previous governments. The prior government in 2013, 2014 had reductions in transfers. and had to make tough choices. The government before that in 2009 was coming in after a recession. Transfers were going down. The difference is it will happen to a government that has not demonstrated any sort of discipline or regard for public debt. A debt that is projected to triple under their watch in 2 terms to $29 billion. We have had perpetual over-budget spending in most departments, piling on structural costs with a low-growth economy. And you can find a plethora of studies that find that there is a negative relationship between government debt and economic growth. Yes, jobs were added. I saw the press release and the social media around it recently. But guess what the largest part of that economic growth was? Guess what sector? Public administration. The problem with that is it is only the public sector under this government whose purchasing power has grown with the cost of living. Where was the investment for traditional sectors in their first term that they talk about now? Budgets, it was just mentioned, my colleague, for agriculture, that hasn't grown. Fisheries, flat in their first term. It's actually a reduction in the fisheries budget in this budget. The government is taking away future choices for people who can't vote yet for political reasons of today. Choices that will impact their core services and the ability to take on unforeseen calamities like a pandemic, like a trade war, worsening climate change, which is a betrayal of intergenerational equity. Public funds used to be characterized as a scarce resource, but the government squandered windfall revenue from transfers and population growth instead of capitalizing on the chance to make us a more competitive place to do business, despite the rhetoric of being open for business. How can that be when in the last 4 years there was no attention gone into improving government productivity so that government can contribute more to private sector productivity while freeing up resources for the private sector to boost business sector productivity? They could have prevented the erosion of purchasing power in the private sector. They could have paid more attention to making our taxes fair and pro-growth. This has happened in the past. Going all the way back to the 1930s, we've had major reform in this province over the last number of decades and generations. When old age pension came in the 30s under fiscal discipline of Angus L. Modern highways were started. In the Savage government, there was province-wide paramedics coming in, workers' compensation alongside fiscal discipline, and more recently, of course, the introduction of pre-primary, which is an economic policy. It will be for generations of kids that have a fair shot and a fair start, alongside balanced budgets. There are no reforms here of comparable scale in the last 3 years or proposed in the future. This is a protect the status quo, protect the government in power budget. Lots of performative language to suggest we are a secret fossil fuel-rich province, potentially a Saudi Arabia of the Western world. All we need to do is get the government out of the way. More and more, we're seeing the playbook of the 1980s, not just with the oil and gas rhetoric, but the preaching of lowering taxes while simultaneously spending extravagantly. And that's what future generations will have to take care of again. The folks that will have a difficult time buying a house or affording post-secondary education. The government is crowding out private sector investment with government consumption now at the second highest level in the whole country. Compare the size of government, which does include the other levels, but we're comparing different provinces to this metric. But we are the largest government in the country, 63% of our economy. I'll table that. Another report found that Nova Scotia has the highest combined federal and provincial debt to GDP. Of course, that's only going to grow, projected to be 40%. Ivany goal was 30%, and the trajectory was going towards that before this government took power. What is the problem with reviewing programs? That's really the hard stuff. The easy way for a government with no success in growing the economy is to distract and divide Nova Scotians and spur up old debates. Maybe even start firing folks that don't get in line with their cause. We will never be successful if we undervalue fiscal management. Is anyone measuring whether programs are bad ideas or have served their purpose? Whether this unprecedented spending, much of it not scrutinized by the legislature, is providing value for money? But we actually have an office with that very role, the Auditor General, which is losing its independence, and now that Auditor General themselves could be fired without cause by the supermajority. Did the government not like the financial report that was tabled just a week ago? The report that was late because public accounts refused to meet until recently? The same committee that won't meet during the House? Or maybe it was the AG for the first time that wouldn't sign off on their revenue estimates that have been so far off the last 3 years by billions. I've never seen so much uncertainty in both the spending column and the expense column. And apparently for as long as the independent office of the Auditor General has existed, neither have they. So we're talking about the budget here, spending and revenue. Any business person that has any background knows that you need to control your spending and improve your top line. And I think the government knows that their transfers won't keep pace with their spending problems. So they need to convince Nova Scotians that they can grow the revenue. And I will say I am skeptical about their plans to fund all this rich oil and gas, especially because we know that the last few calls that went out resulted in no oil exploration licenses. That's just one example, no bids. We know that these extraction decisions are mostly based on market decisions, and where like the evaluation of risk is. Oil is not near the price where it needs to be for interest in these companies. We can focus on developing natural resources, and we agree with that. But we need to keep in mind that government is really the only entity that can protect clean drinking water, air quality, and safety with regulations. What actually could transform our economy is supporting ways to process more of our resources and maximize the economic potential of value-add products and manufacturing. There's lots of actual examples underway with this, like mass timber, looking at turning waste into biodiesel, biochar. I'm familiar with a lot of the forestry work that's happening, but there's obviously other traditional sectors that are involved in this work. Instead of just saying we're going to extract more commodities and feed the market with low-value products. A deeper economic solution to the current weak investment numbers this government provides over is inducing major capital investments, especially with venture capital, to refine the resources, process them, and build products right here. That would truly be game-changing. And what about the need to focus on employment attachment? Why don't we hear about programs like Graduate to Opportunity, Innovate to Opportunity, and other connector programs? I wonder if this government is not aware that labor force participation has been falling every single year under their government. They can't blame Ottawa for that because in 2023, the Canadian rate of participation increased while Nova Scotia's decreased, widening the gap between this province and the rest of the country. It sounds like the strategy is to get young people into the fracking fields, rather than focusing on all of our competitive advantages. Maybe the plan is to subsidize multinational businesses here and pump low-value products into the commodities market with subpar royalties, perhaps leasing or even giving away public land. This could be the new version of big subsidies that we saw before from governments for generations here. Then it was cash. Forced growth, which this feels very much like, rarely works. It reveals a lack of confidence in our inherent strengths and advantages here in our province. I believe we have an entrepreneurial spirit and lots of innovation capacity. But how entrepreneurial is it to relax environmental law, to induce new business here? Dare I say that's lazy public policy? I just want to remind the regulators also in the room that it is government's role to protect society and not corporations through regulations. Here's an idea that's not lazy public policy. Why not convene another Ivany 2.0 and look at KPIs again? I mentioned all the KPIs that we're struggling. That report actually did put a very big emphasis on resource development, but also on R&D levels, skills development, post-secondary, innovation, startups, trading in high-value goods, diversifying exports, placemaking for tourism. These are all things that the government should be looking at and setting new targets for, because some of them have been exceeded. What about an Atlantic regional energy policy? We haven't seen any progress in starting to get off the coal in this province, building the intertie to New Brunswick. We have this issue with the United States now. Quebec may need to find more markets where they're not sending their energy to the US, which will mean hydro prices come down, yet we have no link to get that renewable energy into our province. We need a comprehensive economic policy that's intertwined with well-being and social improvement policy. Pre-primary education, developing Cove, which is now involved in hosting a large investment through NATO. These are the things that government has been involved in that is providing long-lasting economic growth. Our ocean sector alone employs 35,000 people in our province. We have one of the highest concentrations of PhDs in ocean-related sciences in the whole world. The potential is endless with so much work happening globally in mechanics, seafood innovation, maritime clean tech, maritime instrumentation. So my concern is a singular focus on resource extraction distracts from all of these things. Roughly 1/3 of our R&D is in ocean-related sectors. Yet somehow we are second last in the country in R&D. That should be unacceptable. It should be unacceptable that business bankruptcy has been growing each year. 43% increase in the last year. I believe my colleague tabled that information earlier. Any viable economic growth strategy must begin with a willingness to right-size government, to acknowledge the connection with growing debt, and the urgency of improving the conditions needed for entrepreneurial acceleration. How in 2025 are we not mentioning the knowledge-based economy? Is there no desire to compete with AI, life sciences, cyber, quantum? These are some of the hottest startup sectors. Medicine, aquaculture, environmental sciences. There is some literature that's actually referring to these sectors as the new oil. But Nova Scotia is really that ambitious that they want to go back to the old oil. As Liberals, we believe in an economy that matches our ambitions. Government can support the foundation of opportunities by supporting strategic growth sectors. And not all economic strategies or resources will work in every part of our province, which is exactly why a collaborative approach is needed to listen to all voices and traditional knowledge. Not some autocratic decree from the Premier's office and his Council of 12. You might want to Google what Council of 12 is. It has a pretty good historical context for this province. That is what existed in our province before 1848. And Joseph Howe would shudder to see a government almost 200 years later disparaging any dissenting voices with the view that public consultation is an expendable commodity, that the office of the AG, which has been around for over 100 years, should no longer be independent, that Nova Scotians should no longer have their say to amend bills, and that the Premier gets to rule by executive decree with no mandate letters. No availability next to the very space Joseph Howe delivered his speech about the freedom of the press. We need to have more confidence in our people, the value of the quality of life offering here, and go back to creating a fair, more pro-growth budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
John.
Order. With the end of response to the budget address, the estimates are now referred to the Committee of the Whole on Supply. I recognize the government host leader.
Madam Speaker, could you please call address and reply, or bill number, sorry, resolution, bill number 3, sorry, for second reading.
Bill number, hold on. I recognize the government host leader.
Hopefully nobody's watching at home. Speaker, would you please call order of business bills for second reading?
Bills for second reading. I recognize the honorable government host leader.
Madam Speaker, will you please call bill number 3?
Call bill number 3.
What?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I would like to request unanimous consent.
I recognize the honorable government host leader.
I'll get it right eventually, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to request unanimous consent for bill number 3.
There has...
2. What?
I recognize the honorable government host leader.
Speaker, I'm getting there. I would like to request a unanimous consent for bill number 3 to pass through second and third reading.
There has been a request for bill number 3 to pass through third reading. Are all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. I hear several nays. So there is no unanimous consent. We will now move to second reading of bill number 3. I recognize the honorable government host leader.
Back on track, Madam Speaker. Would you please call order of business bills for second reading?
Order of business, bills for second reading.
Madam Speaker, will you please call bill number 3?
Bill number 3, I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thanks very much.
Oh, order, wait. I recognize the honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 3, an act to amend Chapter 1, 1992, supplement to the Revised Statutes 1989 of the House of Assembly Act, be now read a second time. I rise today to speak in support of Bill number 3, an act to amend Chapter 1, 1992, supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989 of the House of Assembly Act. This legislation is a reflection of our commitment to upholding the fundamental democratic rights of all Nova Scotians, including Acadians, ensuring that every voice is heard and every community is effectively represented. Cette loi reflète notre engagement à respecter les droits démocratiques fondamentaux de toute la Nouvelle-Écosse, y compris l'Acadien. Nova Scotia is a province defined by its rich cultural heritage, and our Acadian communities are an important part of that heritage. Their resilience, traditions, and contributions have helped shape the fabric of our province. From the shores of Cheticamp to the historic communities of Clare, Argyll, and Richmond, the Acadian people embody the spirit of Nova Scotia, one of perseverance, dignity, diversity, and cultural strength. Like all the peoples and cultures who make up this province, their home, the Acadian communities of Nova Scotia, help define what it means to be Nova Scotian. Their history, language, and traditions are an essential part of our collective identity. Our Acadian communities serve as vital links to our past and as vibrant reflections of the cultural mosaic that coexists and supports the current and future prosperity of our province. Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia has found that the decision of the last Electoral Boundaries Commission in 2019 respecting an electoral district for Cheticamp infringed Section 3 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantees voting and candidacy rights. As a result, the court ruled that Section 4 of the House of Assembly Act, governing the composition and boundaries of the House, was invalid. However, it suspended this declaration to allow time for this House to correct the infringement. This government accepts the court's decision and recognizes the dedication of the Acadian community in advancing this crucial issue. Madam Speaker, Bill number 3 seeks to address this matter by enabling a House Select Committee to appoint a special electoral boundaries commission. This commission will be tasked with making recommendations to government to ensure the effective representation of the Acadian region of Cheticamp and its surrounding areas. The government is moving quickly to appoint this commission, which will now be established through a resolution by a select committee of the House within 30 days of this act coming into force. So any delay in this House in moving forward does delay the establishment and work of this committee. This enabling step reaffirms our commitment to the rule of law and to fairness, representation, and the democratic principles that underpin our society. Madam Speaker, this bill is about more than just electoral boundaries. It is about affirming our shared values of fairness, inclusion, and respect for the diversity that makes Nova Scotia stronger. It is about ensuring every community, no matter how small or geographically remote, has a voice in shaping our province's future. Je demande à tous les députés de cette législature à appuyer le projet de loi numéro 3 reconnaissant l'importance d'assurer une représentation effective de la région acadienne de Cheticamp. I urge all members of this House to support Bill number 3, recognizing the importance of ensuring effective representation for the Acadian region of Cheticamp. By doing so, we not only fulfill our legal obligations, but also reaffirm our commitment to the principles of democracy that guide our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to rise for a couple of minutes just to say, first of all, very clearly that we respect the findings of the court, we respect the decision of the court. We are greatly concerned by the changes that we see happening in this House in terms of public engagement and, public's ability to look at what government is doing. And so we still believe in the process of law amendments committee while we still have one. And much like the minister referred to principles of democracy and having people have an effective representation, we think that law amendments is a great place to demonstrate that. So we look forward to hearing from folks at law amendments, and we will be supporting. We do respect the findings of the court.
I recognize the honourable member of Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just very quickly, we want to get up. We support unanimous consent on this moving forward because I believe this is what the Acadian community wants. So we just want to stand in our place to say that, we look forward to hearing comments from people at law amendments and getting the feedback. But ultimately, we feel that this is what the Acadian community wants. We're happy to support it.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll share a few comments en français and then I'll do en anglais afterwards. Madame la Présidente, la FAN, la Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse, est le porte-parole de la communauté acadienne et francophone de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Ils représentent ils sont un interlocuteur important pour notre gouvernement, un partenaire de collaboration sur différentes initiatives, voyant que notre gouvernement s'est porté de bonne volonté à appuyer des différentes initiatives, à voir la révision de la loi sur les services en français qui a permis un renouvellement de l'entente bilatérale avec le gouvernement fédéral. On a vu une augmentation de financement pour les services en français de 6,5 millions de dollars à 11,8 millions de dollars sur 5 ans. De plus, Madame la Présidente, la proclamation du mois du patrimoine acadien proclamé par le Premier ministre en août 2023 et célébré pour la première fois l'année dernière. Madame la Présidente, notre gouvernement demeure un fort partenaire avec et respecte les droits des Acadiens. On l'a vu par la modernisation et le passage du projet de loi respectant le Conseil scolaire acadien provincial, mené par maintenant la ministre de Justice. Et ce que j'aimerais noter, Madame la Présidente, c'est que ce projet de loi ici représente une lutte de la communauté acadienne qui n'a pas commencé en 2019 lors d'un appel à la Cour suprême de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Ça remonte à 2012, lorsque le gouvernement néo-démocrate a choisi, pour des décisions politiques, de ne pas appuyer les régions acadiennes de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Choisi d'éliminer des circonscriptions dites protégées, basées sur des droits linguistiques. Et malheureusement, aujourd'hui, on voit ceci continuer, se répéter, l'histoire se répéter dans cette Chambre, que le Parti néo-démocrate ne respecte pas les communautés acadiennes et francophones de la Nouvelle-Écosse, ne respecte pas un processus destiné ou une décision apportée par la Cour suprême de la Nouvelle-Écosse. On n'a que 20 mois à passer à travers ce processus ici, en Nouvelle-Écosse. Et c'est très décevant de voir que le Parti néo-démocrate, encore aujourd'hui, est en train de ne pas appuyer la communauté acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse. So, Madam Speaker, the Acadian Federation, La FAN, is the organization representing the Acadian Francophone community here in Nova Scotia. They are a very important partner with our government. We have seen some really big successes in our first mandate, and I have a lot of respect for the Acadian Federation, the President, and all the organizations, the sub-organizations that they represent in our province. We've been able to collaborate on a number of different initiatives, whether it be seeing the revision of the French Language Services Act that a PC government actually introduced in the early 2000s, Madam Speaker. We were able to renegotiate a bilateral agreement with the federal government, increasing our funding to ensure that government services can continue to be provided in French and do more. We were able to proclaim, the Premier was able to proclaim in August of 2023 Acadian Heritage Month, and we celebrated it for the first time last year during the Acadian Congress, the Congrès Mondial Acadien. I want Nova Scotia's Acadian community to know that the PC party, the PC government stands with them, that they have a partner in our government. And the bill that we're debating today, that we had hoped to have unanimous consent, and I want to thank the Liberal caucus for their support on providing unanimous consent on this legislation. This is about respecting a court decision. A court decision that in November of 2024, Judge Muse had made his decision clear that the Commission had not respected or followed through with the same parameters for other Acadian constituencies, Argyll, Clare, and Richmond. But the fight that the Acadian Federation brought forward in 2019 didn't start in 2019. It started in 2012 when the then NDP government decided to abolish Acadian constituencies. And it's unfortunate that today, this evening, in the floor of the legislature, that we're seeing history somewhat repeat itself, Madam Speaker. We see the NDP caucus not respecting the linguistic rights of Acadians in this province, and also not deciding to stand with the Acadian community to go forward and follow through with this process, that we have 20 months to establish an electoral boundary commission, at which time Nova Scotians will have an opportunity to have their say. So I want to be on the record as Minister of Acadian Affairs, as an MLA that represents an Acadian constituency, but also as a proud Acadian. That is very unfortunate that we are finding ourselves in this chamber, that the NDP does not want to provide unanimous consent to streamline a process that respects a court decision, respects linguistic rights, respects the charter in this country, and stand to continue to repeat political decisions that they try to silence Acadian voices. So I can't stand on my feet without making that point. With that, Madam Speaker, I really want to thank again the Acadian Federation for their partnership and collaboration with our government. I know the members of our caucus have a great respect for what they do, and we'll look forward to continue our collaboration with them in this mandate, and the mandate after that, and maybe the one after that. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Vive l'Acadie.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm cold in here, so I got my winter coat on. But I just wanted to stand for a moment and say that I do certainly support this bill. Unfortunately, I wasn't given the consideration of being asked for unanimous consent before it was discussed here in the legislature. And there's only 55 of us. Each one of us are here to represent the people of our area. So I represent around 18,000 people. And I don't feel comfortable voting yes on something I'm not aware of. So I just feel it's responsible to always do my due diligence and to know what I'm voting for. So I have asked the House Leader to inform me when they plan on bringing something forward and asking for unanimous consent, that the people that I represent deserve their respect, that I can vote intelligently on this. And I was not given that respect, and therefore it's a disrespect to the people I represent. But I want to stand and make sure that the Acadian people, who I have Acadian heritage, my grandfather Leon Melanson, come right from Beaubassin, 1755, when they were all expelled from this province. I'm proud of the great Acadian heritage that we have here in this province and stand in support of our Acadian people and support this bill. And I also stand for democracy, and I stand with the NDP in that this bill should go to Law Amendments Committee and allow the Acadian people and any other Nova Scotian to come and speak at Law Amendments Committee. That is part of our democratic process here in the province of Nova Scotia, and it's shameful that it's going to be taken away. So let's use this as one of the last opportunities to allow the people of Nova Scotia to come and speak here in the People's House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to just rise and say a few words, not to the bill, because as we informed the House Leader, we were completely fine to waive debate on this bill to give unanimous consent to move through second reading, but we want the bill to go to law amendments. I actually want to address the comments from the Minister of Acadian Affairs. As he pointed out, Fan did go to court to contest the boundaries drawn by the independent commission established by an all-party committee of this House in 2018. I think it was established. The case was 2019. They were contesting the boundaries drawn. I have met with Fan about this, as have all members of this House. They were fighting, as we heard, for full democratic participation. And that's an important fight. And today, we are also fighting for full democratic participation. We are not debating this bill. We are in support of this bill. Of course, we support the findings of the court, and the findings of the court were clear. The boundaries need to be redrawn. So we are going to change the electoral boundaries of our entire province. The idea that the passage of this bill might change, give or take 48 hours, that's somehow an affront to democracy and prevents us from impaneling the commission is simply not true. Yeah. It doesn't make a difference. But by asking for this bill to go to the Law Amendments Committee while we still have it, because make no mistake, that Law Amendments Committee, like most of our democratic processes that allow for debate, that allow for public participation, will no longer be present after this sitting of the House. I am certain that we will hear from Fan that we will hear from them about their passion for Acadian representation, for Acadian culture, and for the work that they have had to do to ensure that they have that reputation. But Madam Speaker, we may also hear from other groups. We may also hear from other folks. We have African Nova Scotian communities from one end of this province to the other. They have no special ridings. Preston is in theory a protected riding, but it's not. It's the same size as all the other ridings. And so the idea that we are somehow insulting the purpose of this bill by asking for public participation on electoral boundaries when the very genesis of this bill is the public having to launch a lawsuit to ensure their right to representation is laughable. We look forward to hearing from people at Law Amendments. We look forward to hearing from FAN at Law Amendments. We support this bill. We support democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice, it will be to close debate on second reading. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I wrap up, I just want to make a couple of comments and to clarify what it is that we're actually talking about right now. Madam Speaker, there was some suggestion earlier that the debate around this bill or what would be in front of law amendments would be about debating electoral boundaries, and we needed an opportunity to take this to law amendments to debate electoral boundaries. So I want to make it really clear for the House that we're not debating electoral boundaries here. This is about addressing a court decision, responding directly to that court decision, and striking a commission which would then begin the process of considering electoral boundaries and getting public input on those boundaries. And every moment that we wait to pass this bill is another moment that goes by where that commission is not struck. So the Leader of the Opposition, with reference to the timing of the passage of this bill, said it doesn't make a difference. And Madam Speaker, I would simply say that may be their opinion, but it is certainly not our opinion. We want to move urgently on this for our Acadian communities. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I would also like to table a letter from the Fédération Acadienne de Nouvelle-Écosse, correspondence stating that they're pleased with the province's decision to form a commission and that they support our approach. With that, I move to close debate on Bill number 3.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 3, House Assembly Act, an Act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 3, an Act to amend Chapter 1, 1992 Supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you...
Oh, order. Sorry, this was my fault this time. My fault this time. Ordered that this bill be referred to the Standing Committee of Law Amendments. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call order of business government motions?
Order of business government motions.
Speaker, would you please call address in reply?
Address and reply. I recognize the Honourable Member for Victoria-on-the-Lakes.
Madam Speaker, Premier, fellow MLAs and guests, I commend His Honour Lieutenant Governor Mike Savage on the occasion of the reading of his first speech from the throne. On behalf of the citizens of Victoria-on-the-Lakes, I am honoured to have the privilege to reply. The speech provides a roadmap for our government. The speech outlines a vision combined with a viable economic and social plan to expedite further growth and prosperity for our Nova Scotia. I would like to take this opportunity to wish His Honour goodwill as he goes forward as the 34th Lieutenant Governor. I would also like to recognize the Speaker on her assignment to this important post. I know all members of the legislature will join me to wish Madam Speaker the best as she returns to this important role. I would like to extend my congratulations also to the Premier and all the members of this House who have been newly elected or re-elected in their respective constituencies. All members of this House, regardless of political stripes, understand the privilege that you have and been given to represent your constituency. We are fortunate to live in a democracy where our citizens are granted the ability to participate in the democratic process. Madam Speaker, I have many to thank for enabling me to stand in this chamber today. If my father and mother were still alive, they would be most proud. I could not have accomplished this without the love and support from my husband, Brian, my soulmate, and my friend for more than 40 years. My wonderful children and grandchildren, and extended family and friends. Thank you to my campaign team, manager Moya Farrell, for keeping me on track. She knew that if the doors closed behind me, I would be there a long, long time. Cliff Johnson, co-manager, for keeping everyone on track and helping to manage the headquarters staff. Thank you to Lisa LeBlanc, Ruth McLaren, and Kathy McKinnon for taking care of my headquarters. Special thanks to my dear sister, Kathleen Doyle, who provided me with the love and encouragement and even volunteered to be my official agent. This was a new role for her, and she was outstanding and efficient. Job well done. What can I say? My door-to-door campaign team was exceptional. Martin and Patricia McLean, Dennis Allen, Susan Martin, Jane McGregor, Patsy McKenzie, Kim Timmons, Keith and Justin Bain, Blanche McKenzie, Robert McLean, Ian Timmons, Lori and Curtis Fraser, Wendy Dwornik-Cabbage, and Nadine Richards. My sign team was a well-oiled machine. Thank you to my husband, Brian, and Tommy Boutlier for spending hours each evening building signs. Thank you to Wayne McKenzie, Joe Boner, and my brother, Jim Doyle, for hammering signs in many areas throughout Victoria the Lakes. Thank you to my North of Smoky team, Dorothy Best, Bruce McDonald, Scott McDonald, Kevin and Larry Daphne, for taking care of and managing the signs north of Smoky and hitting the doors as well. Thank you to all the residents who called and requested lawn signs. My campaign team and supporters who put their trust in me are to be commended of their hard work, and I am deeply grateful. I also want to welcome and thank my constituency assistant, Pat Stevenson. She stepped in a role flawlessly, and I am blessed to have her as part of my team. Madam Speaker, I have one other very special person to be thankful for in my life. Someone many in this chamber know as a colleague and a friend, the Honourable Keith Bain. I had the privilege to work with Keith since 2006 as his constituency assistant. He was a humble and passionate MLA. The camera was never his focus. His focus was the people. I have the ultimate respect for his leadership and dedication. Thank you, Keith, for your guidance, encouragement, and your faith in me. Madam Speaker, I am proud to stand in this House of Assembly today for many reasons. Most of all, because I too have a great love for Nova Scotia and its people. I want to continue to see our communities healthy and vibrant and have new opportunities for our children and their children. My mother and father raised 8 children on a hobby farm in Millville. As a child, my life was perfect. The best home-cooked meals, vegetables and meats that were raised on our farm. The smell of baked bread in my kitchen was my favorite. We had pets to enjoy, and even our own baseball and pond hockey team. All our basic needs were cared for. But as children, we didn't see the struggles that our parents were going through to provide for us. Soon, life as I knew it, as we knew it, my father became ill and was diagnosed with ALS. He died February 1983. As most of my siblings were preteens and teens, it certainly wasn't easy on my mother, raising 7 children of her own with little or no support. Shortly after the death of my father, we lost a brother in a motorcycle accident. My father and mother instilled in me the love of nature, people, and all living things. A person can overcome the hardest of challenges as long as they have faith in someone or something. Sometimes known as their vision. A vision is a direction one develops to improve their current situation. As a member of the House of Assembly, we have a vision. We have an opportunity to tell our story, our community's story, our Nova Scotia story, and show that we can be strong and can overcome any challenge that brought forward to us. Our vision. As a lifetime resident of Victoria the Lakes, I've explored the whole area of more than 3,400 square kilometers. It is an incredibly large constituency, taking up approximately 1/3 of Unama'ki, Cape Breton. I may be biased, but I feel Victoria the Lakes is a resource jewel of Nova Scotia. Rich with diverse culture, natural beauty, sea bounty, outdoor activity, ecotourism opportunities, natural resources, and much more. There is great potential to increase productivity in food security with the huge land mass and the sea resources it offers. The Premier's commitment to take the no out of Nova Scotia has revitalized my hope to bring families and children home. The province is rich in many resources, and the sustainability of our health and social programs are relying on us to be self-sufficient as a province and a country. Victoria the Lakes' main industries of fishing, farming, and tourism can be enhanced and live in unity with clean, safe, advanced mining considerations as we have done in the past with gypsum, limestone, gold, and copper. Protecting our traditional industries is #1 priority. With open communications, we can succeed. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians and musicians from across the world come to Cape Breton to celebrate our Celtic heritage in a very successful and community-driven Celtic Colours International Festival. Our government continues to foster incredible rich talent of our cultural community. The recent decision to be further investing in the film industry shows the Premier's commitment to this important business. Victoria the Lakes is the home of the Gaelic College, the first and only institute of its kind in North America. From its humble beginning as a one-room log building, the college has evolved into a beautiful, modern campus overlooking St. Anne's Bay. It is a superb institution that keeps alive the language spoken by our first immigrants of the shores of Cape Breton as back as 1773. Thanks to the work that was carried out from our former Premier, the Honourable Rodney MacDonald, who developed the Department of Gaelic Affairs, we are seeing signs of rebirth of the ancient language. Most recent, we saw the expansion of the Gaelic College Mabu campus. Gaelic language has also been adopted into the curriculum in Rankin School of the Narrows, drawing in students from surrounding areas. The constituency has so much to offer, Madam Speaker. I invite all members of the House to visit, and I will personally be their tour guide and show all of Victoria Lakes has to offer, including, and I know this may be controversial, but I know it's true, the best lobster and crab in the world. Fight words. The beautiful village of Badak is the birthplace of the modern communications and home to the Silver Dart, the first airplane flight in Canada history. The flight was encouraged and funded by Mabel Bell, the devoted and dedicated wife of Alexander Graham Bell. Highland National Park is a well-known destination which includes the Highland Links Golf Course, known by many golf enthusiasts around the world. Cape Smoky Ski Hill is expanding their focus towards being a year-round destination. Fishing, tours, ziplining, snowmobiling, ATV, and hiking adventures can be found throughout Victoria Lakes, from Eskazoni through Iona, Bullandry Island, to the tip of the island, and all places in between. On April 8, 2024, Meek Cove received worldwide attention as more than 100 people flocked to the best location to witness the solar eclipse. Madam Speaker, I could not do justice to my constituency if I do not highlight the beautiful Bador Lakes and the coastlines surrounding the area. Although we can call it a lake, it's really Canada's inland sea. It's a hub for sailors and true paddlers' paradise. Here you'll find saltwater watersheds surrounded by forests, hills, and warm welcomes. In June 2011, the Bador Lakes gained international recognition and designation as the Canada's 16th Biosphere Reserve from UNESCO. The Highland Village is the heart of Iona that overlooks the majestic Bador Lakes. It's part of Nova Scotia's family of museums, a 43-acre outdoor living history museum illustrating the story, culture, and identity of the Nova Scotia Gaels. Come and experience and relive their ancient ways and traditions. Encompassing the lake, we are blessed to include 2 of the 5 Mi'kmaq First Nations located in Unama'ki, Cape Breton, Eskazoni, and Wagamakuk First Nations. Wagamakuk is the oldest permanent settlement of the Mi'kmaq Nation in Nova Scotia and is situated adjacent to the Bador Lakes and the Cape Breton Highlands. In June 2024, Wagamakuk First Nations entered into a partnership with Breton Air and launched Kitbu Aviation. The word Kitbu translates to eagle, which symbolizes strength and vision. On the far eastern tip of Victoria Lakes, we can find the community of Eskazoni, the largest Mi'kmaq community in the world, with a population of more than 4,600 people. Eskazoni runs a community-owned radio station, C1CU FM, which broadcasts at 94.1 on your radio. The Eskazoni First Nations is also home of Unama'ki Institute of Natural Resources, a Mi'kmaq organization devoted to natural resources and the environment. Eskazoni also operates its own school board, providing services to children from kindergarten to grade 12, but students can also attend school break in schools of the Nares to participate in programs that the school offers. Madam Speaker, volunteerism is the heartbeat of our community across Nova Scotia. I can attest that Victoria the Lakes can demonstrate the most dedicated and generous of volunteers in our community. From the volunteers in the Big Bedore Hall to the broad members of our many senior care homes. Organizations such as the Ross's Ferry Marine Park, French Vale and Area Community Endeavours Trail Development, Bedeck Nordic and Highland Nordic ski clubs, the Boysdale Fire Hall with their famous salt cod dinner and pancake breakfast, you have to go to there, all rely on our special volunteers. Middle River Historical Society as its historical publications, and we can't forget their newest event of the Middle River Hall this past November, the second annual Middle River Stomp, with 5 chefs and 5 bands. Thank you to the volunteers who work on these important projects. Words can't express the gratitude we have for our volunteers. I feel confident I can speak on behalf of all residents across Victoria the Lakes and express the deepest appreciation to our 11 volunteer fire departments in Victoria County, including 6 in the rural areas of Cape Breton County, which provides important fire and emergency services throughout Victoria the Lakes. I also want to recognize the support that Eskazoni and Wegamakuk First Fire Services provide for their community and surrounding areas. Thank you. A very special thank you to the Cape Breton Search and Rescue, a registered charitable organization established in 1969, and members of the Nova Scotia Ground Search and Rescue Association, CBSARS, is one of the 4 teams that serve the Cape Breton area Eastern Zone, alongside Cheticamp, Inverness, and the Strait area, GSAR. SARS volunteers endure extreme weather in the most remote areas to find lost and injured individuals. Thank you for this service to your community. I am excited to see further coordination links put in place to support volunteers serving our residents with the establishment of the new department, Emergency Management, and the Nova Scotia Guard. Our government has been working hard to improve healthcare across the province, but especially in our rural communities. We know that the Nova Scotia health system faces financial pressures, with healthcare being incredibly expensive to maintain as a high standard. But we also know that these costs are necessary to keep Nova Scotia healthy. I am proud of the innovative achievements our government has accomplished since 2021. The Cape Breton Medical School campus, the accelerated nurse program, the investments in the new PET scan at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, investments in mental health, such as Northside Mental Health Clinic, and the creation of Your Health Nova Scotia app. Not to mention the advancements made under the paramedic program, the pharmacy service agreement, which are incredibly important to Nova Scotians. I am also extremely proud of our government with the open of the Kidnoo in April 2024, which is the very first Mi'kmaq-owned and operated long-term care home. I am equally excited to wait for the completion of the new seniors care in Yells Harbour, the Highland Manor. Shovels are in the ground and it's ready to be built. This is only a small sample of what we have accomplished since 2021. We know there is always more that can be done, and it is incredibly important to keep healthcare as our focus. But our accomplishments so far are being recognized across the province. I think you can see that from the results of the last election. Madam Speaker, I am privileged to stand in this chamber both in my role as MLA and Ministerial Assistant to the Minister of Fisheries and Agriculture. The speech from the throne is a document that gives Nova Scotians optimism that the province they imagine is sustainable and will continue to flourish, along with our natural beauty. Each and every resident sees ourselves as the caretakers of our province. It is our role we all take very seriously. With the leadership in this chamber, we can all succeed together and do our part to grow an even brighter, better future for all of us. For this reason, I am very honored to reply to the speech of the throne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I now request to adjourn debate.
The motion is to adjourn debate on address in reply. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Before I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader, I'd like everybody to stand and give a warm, warm welcome to the 1st and 2nd Dartmouth Girl Guides and their leaders. Thank you for coming in and watching Democracy Happen, and also a big thank you to the Honourable Member from Glace Bay Dominion for giving them a tour and welcome to this beautiful house. I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Madam Speaker, that concludes government business for the day. I ask that the host do rise to meet again on Thursday, February 20th from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Government business will include Committee of the Whole on Supply and second reading of Bill 6. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion is that the host order. We're almost done here. The motion is that the host rise to meet again on Thursday, February 20th, between the hours of 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned till Thursday, February 20th.